Chapter 1936. Ah, Xiao Qing was slightly stunned, and then she smiled bitterly. It turned out that this so-called underground boxer was so worthless in the eyes of Yang Ming. He was just like a dead person, thinking about Yang Ming's special identity. Indeed, how could Yang Ming be afraid of an underground boxer? He was an agent who was about to carry out a super dangerous mission. If he couldn't even deal with an underground boxer, how could he carry out the mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel relieved. She was confused because of her concern, but Yang Ming had full confidence. Moreover, Yang Ming also said that if it weren't in school, Yang Ming would have killed him. Xiao Qing didn't doubt that Yang Ming's words were exaggerated because with Yang Ming's identity, if he killed an underground boxer, she believed that someone would settle this matter for him immediately. There is no need for Yang Ming to do it personally. Even if the organization behind him made a call, the police would hand over the case. I forgot that you are so powerful. Xiao Qing sighed. It seems that I shouldn't have made this call. Qing, you care about me. Why shouldn't you have called? Yang Ming smiled and said, no matter what the reason is, I am very happy that you called me. Since you can see me from the live video, then cheer for me. Don't be too harsh, or the school won't be able to handle it. Xiao Qing said to Yang Ming, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yang Ming nodded. Shortly after hanging up the phone call with Xiao Qing, Feng Juning's voice came from the other side. Next, let's welcome our school's martial arts master, Master Yang Ming. Feng Juning deliberately emphasized the word master. In this way, the worse Yang Ming lost, the more obvious the contrast with now, and the worse the impression of Yang Ming in everyone's mind. Therefore, at this moment, Feng Juning praised Yang Ming without hesitation. I believe that Master Yang Ming doesn't need to be introduced. He was once the vice president of the Boxing Taekwondo Club and showed his prowess at the school's art festival. Please give a warm round of applause and cheer for our master. Under the stage, there was a warm applause. Although this Fan Biao looked strong and scary, most of the students also supported Yang Ming. They felt that Yang Ming was the most powerful. Previously, they scolded Fan Jinja, but now that Yang Ming came out, everyone's enthusiasm suddenly. Yang Ming, Yang Ming, Yang Ming. Master Yang Ming's might shakes the world. Kill this guy from outside. Defend the prestige of the schools to kill Yang Ming. Yes, Master Yang Ming. Kill Fan Biao. Now, in the audience, only a few students like the previous students knew the true identity of Feng Biao. They were worried about how Yang Ming would deal with it. However, such people were too few. Even if they told others about it, others wouldn't believe it for a while. They didn't have time to carefully study it with them. They all put their attention on the unprecedented shocking atmosphere brought by Yang Ming's appearance. Yang Ming walked out from the backstage amidst everyone's cheers. At this moment, Yang Ming came to the stage in light clothes. He didn't have the awesome image when he first appeared in the Taekwondo club. He didn't have the music accompaniment of the God of Gamblers, which made the students who were looking forward to it a little regretful. However, since Yang Ming came, it was shocking enough. They couldn't ask for more. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your warm support. After Yang Ming got on the stage, he didn't wait for Feng Jiu to speak. He snatched the microphone from him and started speaking. You give me the microphone first. I haven't finished yet. Feng Juning didn't expect Yang Ming to grab the microphone as soon as he came up, so he was a little anxious. Wait for me to finish. Yang Ming waved his hand and didn't even look at Feng Juning. This guy was obviously in cahoots with Fan Jinja, so Yang Ming didn't give him any face. How can you be like this? I'm the host. Feng Juning wanted to continue talking about the rules of the game, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fast. Do you want to get beaten up? Yang Ming glared at Feng Juning and sneered. What? Feng Juning was stunned. He was startled. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming could defeat Feng Biao, he couldn't beat Yang Ming himself. He was afraid of Yang Ming. If he was beaten up by Yang Ming, it would be a loss. Therefore, although Feng Juning was very annoyed, he could only let Yang Ming speak first because he didn't dare to provoke Yang Ming. Feng Juning had to say, then you speak first. I'll speak after you finish. Yang Ming's words immediately caused the students under the stage to laugh. Of course, they were not laughing at Yang Ming, but at Feng Jiuning. This Feng Jiuning, everyone hated him very much. They felt that he was a good-for-nothing and wanted to scold him before. This time, Yang Ming's sentence of, "Do you want to get beaten up?" suddenly made Feng Jiuning lose his temper. What Feng Jiuning? He is simply Feng Wuning. It seems that he's also a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Suddenly, the audience was excited again because everyone supported Yang Ming. When they saw Yang Ming's power, they were naturally very happy. Yang Ming, first in the school. Yang Ming is mighty. Yang Ming is too awesome. And Feng Jiuning is too incompetent. Incompetent? He is just an idiot. Yang Ming smiled and looked at the students who were showing their power under the stage. He made a gesture to calm down, and then waited for the students below to quiet down before he continued. Some students may be disappointed with my appearance so lightly, right? The last time I competed with the school's Taekwondo club's vice president, I made such a big scene. This time, it is very simple. Yeah. We want to see the god of gamblers appear. Brick-breaking martial arts. This is also what I want to explain to everyone. Yang Ming said with a smile. Before, I made such a big scene because the opponent was a student from our school. Although I have some conflicts with them, it is also an internal conflict in our school. But today, the opponent I am facing is a student from another school. Oh, it is not easy to say whether he is a student or not. Why do I think he looks like an uncle? So, for this kind of opponent who I don't even know whether he is a student or not, why do I have to make such a big scene? I don't put him in my eyes at all, and I don't have to give him any face. In a while, I will just knock him down. Why do I have to make a scene? When the students heard Yang Ming's explanation, they immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, we don't even know where Fan Biao came from. Why did Yang Ming prepare so much? He could just kill him in one move. He already gave him enough face by coming. Why do you have to make a scene? Chapter 1937. Kill him in seconds. Kill him in seconds. Kill him. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. The students below cheered again. They agreed with Yang Ming's words. There was no need to give face to Fan Biao. However, Feng Jiuning stood on the stage and listened to Yang Ming's boastful words. He felt some disdain in his heart. He thought to himself, "You idiot Yang Ming really don't know what's good for you. You can just brag here. Do you think you could defeat Feng Biao directly? Are you dreaming? He is the master of the underground boxing arena in the southern B city. Defeating you is just a move. You still dare to say that? You snatched the microphone from me on the stage just now. You threaten me. In a while, Feng Biao will appear. I will kill you." Thinking of this, Feng Jiuning's heart also calmed down a lot. He couldn't deal with Yang Ming, but someone could do it for him. He didn't have to worry about no one taking revenge for him. While Yang Ming was talking on the side, Feng Biao was standing on the side expressionlessly. From the moment Yang Ming appeared, he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. When he saw Yang Ming's body and appearance, Feng Biao was happy. This opponent was too weak. The 200,000 was too easy to earn. Yang Ming was at the level of an instant kill for him. As for Yang Ming's boastful words, Feng Biao didn't even listen. Many of the opponents who died under his hands were bragging. Each of them looked extremely badass, but what happened to them in the end? Weren't they beaten to death by him? Those who were sent to the hospital were sent to the hospital. Those who couldn't take care of themselves for the rest of their lives? There were too many such arrogant opponents. Don't they know what it means to be arrogant? Feng Biao was too lazy to argue. You can say whatever you want. When the time comes and you are beaten to death by me, the gap will be even bigger. I will do as everyone wishes and kill him in seconds. Yang Ming said to everyone with a smile. Oh, that's great. Kill him in seconds. Yang Ming is too awesome. Yang Ming then returned the microphone to Feng Jiuning. Here, you can speak now. Feng Jiuning angrily took the microphone. He was very unhappy. Instant kill? You're the one who's going to get instant killed, right? Some contestants haven't seen the world, so they don't have discipline. Feng Jiuning picked up the microphone and was ready to mock Yang Ming. Although he couldn't beat Yang Ming, he could still take advantage of him with words. That's right. Some contestants even find someone to replace them in the competition. That's too unruly. That's right. What kind of person is he? If he can't do it himself, why would he find someone else to replace him? Is it because you can't do it in front of your girlfriend and need to find someone to replace you? Ha ha! You have no discipline at all. Even if you ask someone to replace you in the competition, shouldn't you at least show your face? But I don't know where he is hiding. Why is he like a chicken, hiding all day long and not daring to show himself? Feng Juning wanted to say that the person he wanted to say was Yang Ming. He wanted to say that Yang Ming didn't have discipline and snatched the host microphone as soon as he went on stage. However, he didn't expect that the students below immediately took over his words and pointed the spearhead at Fan Jinja. This made Feng Juning not know what to do for a while. He couldn't just follow the words of the students and say that Fan Jinja didn't have discipline, right? He was Fan Jinja's underling. Wouldn't he be asking for a beating if he said that? But if he didn't say it, how could he end the previous topic? That although some of the students are a little lacking in organizational discipline, is this an amateur competition? If they have poor discipline, they can add some fun to the competition and not make it boring. Feng Juning reacted quickly and said with a laugh, "TSK." The students below suddenly hissed, making Feng Juning feel a little guilty. However, he was thick-skinned and didn't care. However, just when Feng Juning wanted to say something, the microphone in his hand was snatched away by Yang Ming again. "You, what are you doing?" Feng Juning was shocked and immediately questioned Yang Ming. "Oh, I'm adding some fun to the competition so that it won't be boring," Yang Ming said casually, then said to the students below the stage, "Everyone, am I right?" "Yes, you're absolutely right." "Ha ha ha. Feng Juning is a big idiot." "Yeah, everyone, let's add to the atmosphere. Shall we beat him up?" "Ha ha ha. Quiet. Everyone quiet. Please be quiet." Feng Juning didn't have the microphone in his hand, so he couldn't control the atmosphere on stage. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Fuck, Juning, you idiot. Just snatch the microphone back." Feng Biao couldn't stand it anymore and stared at Feng Juning. Why is he so cowardly? I. Feng Juning glanced at Yang Ming and then looked at Feng Biao. He didn't dare. How could he dare to snatch the microphone in Yang Ming's hand? Isn't that asking for a beating? What about you? Feng Biao felt that this Feng Juning was too cowardly. He said angrily, "Why aren't you going to snatch it? Do you want me to do it?" "I don't dare. Uncle, I'm not Yang Ming's opponent. I'm afraid of being beaten up," Feng Juning said with some guilt. "Useless thing. Watch me." Feng Biao stared at him and said resentfully, "Okay, uncle, then you go." Feng Juning immediately became happy. With Feng Biao standing up for him, what was he afraid of? Yang Ming was a little amused as he watched from the side. So this Feng Biao is Feng Juning's uncle? Both of them have the surname Feng, so it is very possible. It turned out that Feng Juning's relatives were brought here. Feng Biao strode over to Yang Ming. Without any explanation, he reached out his hand and tried to take the microphone from Yang Ming's hand. "You want to take my microphone?" Yang Ming sneered and looked at Feng Biao. Feng Biao didn't speak, as if he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. He directly reached out to take the microphone, but at this time, Yang Ming suddenly let go. Feng Biao just wanted to take the microphone, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to let go at this time. He thought that Yang Ming would fight with him for the microphone. Feng Biao wanted to use this opportunity to show his strength. It was also a secret competition. Therefore, Feng Biao used all his strength. As a result, Yang Ming let go of his hand lightly. Feng Biao suddenly lost his strength. After he got the microphone, he suddenly took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. When he was about to fall to the ground, he suddenly held Feng Juning. Otherwise, he would have really fallen. Ha 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 ha! The students in the audience suddenly burst into laughter. This scene was too funny. Everyone felt that it was very funny. Feng Biao wanted to show how capable he was, but he didn't show it clearly. Yang Ming didn't want to compete with him at all. Once he let go, he would be embarrassed. Chapter 1938. Feng Xibiao's face flushed red as he looked at Yang Ming viciously. He really wanted to slap Yang Ming to death. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so sinister as to play such a dirty trick, causing him to lose face in front of everyone. Yet he couldn't say anything. What an idiot. He already gave it to you, yet you still want to snatch it. That's right. What's wrong with showing off his strength? Simple-minded with developed limbs. This kind of person is more like a monkey in a circus. It's simply embarrassing here. Feng Xibiao's face was cold. He looked at the students below the stage who didn't know if they were dead or alive. He picked up the microphone and said to Yang Ming calmly, "When I fight, I don't like rules. My rule is that there are no rules." "Great, I'm the best at having no rules. Have you heard of the Grand Melee? I like to play." Yang Ming's voice was very loud. Although he didn't have a microphone, it was still loud and clear. The entire audience could hear it, and all of a sudden, Feng Xibiao seemed to be at a disadvantage. Feng Xibiao frowned. He thought to himself, what's the use of having a loud voice? A singer's voice is loud, but it's not good to fight. Since there are no rules, then life and death are up to fate. If I accidentally hurt you or something, I don't want anyone to pursue this matter. Feng Xibiao said coldly. Great. I was just thinking about whether or not I would have the money to pay for your medical expenses after I cripple you. Yang Ming was immediately overjoyed and said, Brother Biao, you're such a good person. You don't even want medical expenses. You came here just to let me practice. That's great. There are very few good people like you who come here just to get beaten up. But then again, even if there are, they would be brainless. Ha 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 ha. Yang Ming's words once again caused the students below the stage to laugh crazily. Yang Ming's words were simply too awesome, making these students feel very good, as if they had vented their anger. Everyone knows how to talk fast. Let's see what happens later. Feng Xibiao sneered. Feng Juning, take out the disclaimer agreement. One for each person. I'll sign it with him. All right. Feng Juning nodded and quickly took out 2 agreements. One for each person and one for Yang Ming and one for Feng Xibiao. Yang Ming didn't refuse. He picked up the agreement and looked at it. He saw that the agreement was written with instructions for some problems in the competition. If one party was injured or caused permanent damage, they couldn't pursue and claim for compensation. The 2 parties competed with the purpose of learning from each other. They were responsible for any problems. They couldn't call the police or sue. Yang, if you wanted to kill Feng Xibiao, there was no need to sign any agreement. Yang, and said, Yang, I agree. Yang, agree. And, there. I, too. As for Feng Xibiao, he obviously knew the content of the agreement in advance. He also signed his own agreement directly. He exchanged it with Yang Ming, signed it with each other, and put it in his pocket. Feng Xibiao did not expect Yang Ming to sign so quickly. Is it because Yang Ming is too arrogant, or this kid simply does not realize the danger? But no matter what, it doesn't matter. Since Yang Ming accepted my agreement, he has to bear the consequences. That is a fiasco. However, the students in the audience were a little angry. Is this Feng Xibiao master? Otherwise, why did he sign a life and death disclaimer agreement with Yang Ming? This is obviously a heavy blow, and he wants to excuse himself from the heavy blow. When Yang Ming competed with the vice president of the Taekwondo club, he did not sign these things. Even if he fought, he did not kill. But this Feng Xibiao seems to want to kill. Thinking of this, the students in the audience were angry. This is just a friendly competition. Why sign a life and death agreement? Do you want to play dirty? It's not fair, it's not fair. Yang Ming has agreed. What are you in a hurry for? The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Feng Juning looked at the students in the audience with some dissatisfaction. Fuck your mother. What did you say? Who is the eunuch? This host is obviously a pretentious person. When he gets off the stage, the brothers will go together and beat him up. Yes, this person's words are too mean. Beat him until his mother can't recognize him. I'll participate. I'll participate too. Our XXX dormitory will participate as a group. Our XXX class will participate as a group. Our XXXX department will participate as a group, including our female army. We will beat him together. He deserves a beating. Huh? Feng Jianing was immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the situation change so much? What's going on? Why am I getting beaten up? Feng Xibiao stared at Feng Jianing. This guy is simply reaping what he sowed. He has angered the audience. When they get off the stage, they will gang up on you. You won't even know who killed you. Don't you know how powerful the groupies are? Haven't you heard of those fans rioting? These people are obviously Yang Ming's fans. You scolded them as eunuchs. Isn't that courting death? She was already angry at you and couldn't find an excuse to beat you up. Now that you've scolded her, she has a reason to beat you to death. The school will definitely do its best to protect the students. It's possible that you'll die for nothing. Even if you don't die in vain, you're already dead. Nothing can be done. Go to the side and stay there. Feng Xibiao waved his hand impatiently, indicating that Feng Jianing should get off the stage and not be a hindrance here. Feng Jianing also had the same thought. He already had the intention to leave. These students clearly didn't like him. He was really afraid of getting beaten up. Then, please watch the competition. I will give the main stage to the two contestants. Feng Jianing said a sentence. Please give a warm applause. Get off the stage, get off the stage. Get off the stage and wait for the beating. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you. Brother Yang will fight on the stage. Brother Li, I will beat you on the stage. Feng Jianing was dumbfounded. Are they really going to beat me? It seems that I won't be able to leave for a while. Let's hide backstage for a while first. After Feng Jianing got off the stage, only Yang Ming and Feng Xibiao were left on the stage. Make your move. I will give you 5 moves. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming with contempt and said disdainfully, Oh, there's no need. Just give me a handicap. Yang Ming said casually. Don't talk big. Feng Xibiao sneered. 5 moves is better. I can kill you in 1 move. You still want me to give you 5 moves? Do you want me to hit you 5 times? Wouldn't he beat you to death? Yang Ming suddenly said with some difficulty. Chapter 1939. When Feng Xibiao heard Yang Ming's words, he couldn't help but laugh. You sure know how to brag? Sure, I'll see how you're going to kill me in 1 move. I'll stand here and let you hit me. You'd better move a little. I'm afraid I'll kill you, said Yang Ming. Kill me? Okay, then kill me. You don't have to be responsible for killing me. Feng Xibiao felt that this Yang Ming was really arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Well, since you want to be killed in 1 move, then I can't help it. Yang Ming said regretfully, I'm sorry, everyone. I wanted to perform for you for a while, but I was helpless. The enemy didn't cooperate. He wanted to be killed in 1 move. What do you think I should do? Kill him in 1 move. Kill him in 1 move. Since he's so willing to be beaten, then kill him in 1 move. Yeah, kill him in 1 move. There's no need to waste time to deal with such a person. The students below the stage said one after another. Since everyone said so, then if I don't kill him in 1 move, I'll be sorry for everyone. Well, since that's the case, I'll kill him in 1 move. Yang Ming nodded and said. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming's performance with a sneer on his face. He didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all and waited for him to perform to his heart's content. Are you done with your performance? Can you do it now? Feng Xibiao waited for Yang Ming to finish speaking before he asked. Oh, there are still people in a hurry to die? Yang Ming looked at Feng Xibiao with some surprise. Since that's the case, then let me kill you in 1 move. Well, take this. Feng Xibiao looked at Yang Ming with contempt. If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. What do you mean by dilly-dallying? Yang Ming quickly ran in front of Feng Xibiao, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. He didn't make a move. He just said hesitantly, How should I beat you? Should I teach you a lesson or cripple you? You better cripple me. Feng Xibiao said sarcastically. All right, go ahead. Yang Ming nodded. Ouch. Feng Xibiao wanted to laugh, but suddenly found that his body flew out uncontrollably. He felt as if all of his internal organs had been knocked out of place. He felt an indescribable pain. In the end, he fell to the ground and vomited blood, unable to move. Feng Xibiao wanted to stand up, But to his dismay, he found that he couldn't move at all. It was as if his whole body had fallen apart. He couldn't move at all. The blood bubbles in his mouth gurgled out. Feng Xibiao tried to speak with difficulty, but found that he could not speak at all. The audience was shocked. Behind the scenes, Feng Jining was also shocked. However, the audience immediately burst into applause. It was really just one move. As expected, Yang Ming had insta-killed Feng Xibiao. Although this Feng Xibiao looked fierce, in fact, he was only good-looking but useless. How could he be so weak that he was defeated in just one move? He couldn't even get up? Yang Ming is mighty, insta-killed in one move. What is this? It sounds awesome, but in fact, he is a soft-footed shrimp. He was defeated in just one move. Too weak, so weak. I was worried about Yang Ming before, but it seems that I was worried for nothing. That's right, what is this? He came up with some life and death agreement to scare people. I thought he was really powerful, but it seems that he is just a liar. He dares to come out and embarrass himself with this level of skill. The audience cheered one after another. Zhao Ying heaved a sigh of relief, while Wang Xiaoyan looked as usual, as if this was how it should be. She didn't find it strange at all. Yingyan, did you expect this to happen? Zhao Ying said in surprise. I told you, you have to believe in Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. Now you see, he was defeated in one move. There was no challenge at all. In fact, Yang Ming's speed was also beyond Wang Xiaoyan's expectations. Wang Xiaoyan thought that Yang Ming could defeat Feng Xibiao, but she never thought it would be so easy and so fast. Sure enough, it seems that I still don't understand him, Zhao Ying said with some sadness. Hee, you will understand in bed next time, Wang Xiaoyan teased. Zhao Ying blushed and didn't answer. The conversation between the two was covered by the cheers of the audience, so no one heard it. On the other side, Zhang Bin and Qin Mingyan were also cheering. Zhang Bin patted the guy who was checking the information with his mobile phone. Bro, did you see it? My boss, Yang Ming, defeated that underground boxing king in one move. What else do you have to say? How is this possible? The underground boxing king is so weak. Is it just because he looks like him? Is it a coincidence? The boy felt that it was a little unbelievable. You see, you don't have the confidence of others. They always think that my boss is invincible and guaranteed to win. You see, you're still worried about this and that. Zhang Bin shook his head and said, I didn't even see how my boss attacked, and that Fan Xibiao flew out. He is too weak. Ugh, it seems that my worry is unnecessary. Yang Ming is still very powerful. The boy finally nodded and said, Damn, it's all hype on the internet. It must be hype. This Feng Xibiao is actually a weakling. He can't fight at all. Yes, we have to believe in Yang Ming. That opponent is too weak. Zhang Bin nodded. Qin Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jiejia were worried about Yang Ming before, but they weren't too worried. At this time, when they saw that Yang Ming won, they were relieved and cheered with everyone. Most of the students were just happy, so they cheered. However, Chun Mingyan and others were cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Fan Jinjia was hiding in the dormitory at the moment, watching the live broadcast. He didn't appear in the stadium because he was afraid that someone would be dissatisfied with him finding a substitute and do something extreme to him. He was going to wait for Feng Xibiao to win, then appear in the stadium. Then he would let Yang Ming run naked and give up on Zhao Ying. But now, his dream was completely shattered. Feng Xibiao lost, and he was knocked down by Yang Ming in one move. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Isn't Feng Xibiao the king of boxing in the underground boxing arena? Isn't he the undefeated legend of City V? How can he not even handle one move? Am I seeing things? Or is there a problem with the broadcast system? Fan Jinjia picked up the phone and was about to call Feng Juning to ask about it. However, before he could make the call, Feng Juning's call came in first. Hey, Juning, what happened? Was Feng Xibiao knocked down by Yang Ming? Or is there a problem with the broadcast? Fan Jinjia asked anxiously as soon as he picked up the phone. Chapter 1940. Brother Zhu, it's not good. Feng Xibiao was knocked down by Yang Ming in an instant. I didn't even see how Yang Ming punched, and he flew out. Feng Juning said nervously. Fuck, what kind of underground boxer did you find? Is he a liar? How did he get beaten up by Yang Ming in an instant? It's not so easy for him to fly out. Isn't this too fucked up? Fan Jinja was about to explode. Originally, he was full of confidence and prepared to watch Yang Ming make a fool of himself. He imagined that Feng Xibiao could kill Yang Ming with one punch. However, not only did Feng Xibiao not kill Yang Ming, he didn't even touch Yang Ming. He was sent flying by Yang Ming. The difference was so big that Fan Jinja couldn't accept it at once. Brother Zhe, he is really a boxer from the underground boxing ring in the southern B city. There are also videos of his matches on the internet. He is indeed very powerful. He often kills his opponents with one punch. Look at the comments on many forums on the internet. They all say that this person is very powerful. Feng Juning explained. Then what is going on today? Don't tell me that Yang Ming is more powerful than an underground boxer. Is that possible? Fan Jinja roared. What do we do now? Go and see if Feng Xibiao is dead. If not, let him get up and let me beat him up. Motherfucker, if he loses, who is going to run naked? Are you going to run, or am I going to run? This. How could Feng Juning dare to see if Feng Xibiao was okay? What are you talking about? Hurry up and solve it for me. Fan Jinja scolded angrily, then hung up the phone directly. Feng Juning held the phone. He was in a dilemma. Feng Xibiao obviously couldn't get up. If he could get up, he would definitely persevere with his endurance in the underground boxing ring. In fact, although Yang Ming seriously injured Feng Xibiao, he didn't kill him. Yang Ming didn't want to kill someone in public. After all, this was a school, not an underground boxing ring. After Feng Xibiao was hit by Yang Ming, he only felt that his internal organs were displaced. He felt unspeakably uncomfortable all over his body. Several of his ribs were broken. The horror in his heart was no less than Feng Juning and Fan Jinja. Maybe even more. He didn't believe that Yang Ming's punch could cause him so much damage. Before this, he had always looked down on Yang Ming. It could be said that he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes at all. Yang Ming said some funny things, but he didn't take it seriously. He thought that Yang Ming was bragging. Who didn't know how to brag? Feng Xibiao didn't believe that a freshman student could be so powerful. In fact, anyone could brag. However, in Feng Xibiao's opinion, only those newcomers would brag. A veteran boxer like him, who was experienced didn't need to brag at all. He had once defeated countless bragging contestants in the ring. Every one of them fell miserably to the ground, forming a sharp contrast with their previous bragging. Feng Xibiao liked the irony brought by this contrast. Only in this way could his supreme and awesome image be highlighted. However, Yang Ming's bragging today was a bit outrageous, so Feng Xibiao still returned a few words. Of course, Feng Xibiao didn't think that he was competing with Yang Ming in bragging. He felt that what he said was the truth. Only the words of a person with strength could be counted as the truth. A college student like Yang Ming doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After watching a few boxing videos, he thinks that he is invincible just because he can defeat a few masters in the school's clubs. It's ridiculous. Doesn't he know that there is always a mountain beyond a mountain? However, after Feng Xibiao fell to the ground, he realized that he was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Ming wasn't bragging at all before. When he hit him, it was a one-hit kill. This kind of speed, this kind of power, completely overwhelmed Feng Xibiao. He didn't feel Yang Ming's punch at all, but he was already flying out. Therefore, Feng Xibiao also knew at this moment what it meant to have a mountain higher than another. Yang Ming's strength was much higher than his. Feng Xibiao had seen this kind of one-hit kill before. He had seen it before. He had experienced it before. However, it was him who killed others in an instant, not others who killed him in an instant. Feng Xibiao enjoyed the pleasure of killing the weak in an instant. Of course, this kind of great disparity in strength would bring this kind of pleasure. However, now he and his opponent were at a different angle. The one lying on the ground was him, Feng Xibiao. His opponent was the one who enjoyed the pleasure of one-hit kill. Feng Xibiao knew that Yang Ming was merciful. Otherwise, with such an absolute gap in strength, Yang Ming could definitely kill him with one punch. Therefore, Feng Xibiao didn't dare to stand up. Even if he could stand up from the ring, he didn't do so. The reason was very simple. This time, Yang Ming didn't kill him. Next time, he might not be merciful. He didn't want to die yet. He hadn't lived long enough. In the bank account, he had already deposited 7 million. He would soon have 10 million. He set a goal of 10 million before he retired. He didn't want to be killed before he retired. As for fighting back against Yang Ming, Feng Xibiao simply didn't think about it, because Feng Xibiao didn't have any confidence in dealing with Yang Ming. He knew that if he stood up, he would definitely be beaten up. Yang Ming's face didn't have any expression. He walked towards Feng Xibiao and stopped beside him. He looked down at Feng Xibiao and then said faintly, "Sorry, you can't box in the future. I accidentally crippled you." "You?" Feng Xibiao was shocked after hearing Yang Ming's words. He suddenly realized that his hands were broken by Yang Ming at some point in time. In other words, the hands that he relied on to survive were crippled by Yang Ming. Even if he recovered in the future, it would be impossible for him to return to his peak state. He couldn't box. How did you do it? How could it be so fast? Feng Xibiao only felt pain in his chest before. He thought that he was only hit in the chest by Yang Ming and only had a few broken ribs. He ignored the pain in his hands. But at this moment, he felt the sharp pain in his hands. In other words, Yang Ming didn't just throw one punch, but 3. He actually threw 3 punches in one move, and every punch hit the target. What kind of strength did he need to do this? Fast. Too fast. Feng Xibiao couldn't believe that Yang Ming had already achieved such extraordinary speed and strength. How could a first-year student do it? But the reality happened in front of him. Feng Xibiao couldn't help but believe that everything was real. His ribs were broken, his wrist was broken, and the pain wasn't fake. You shouldn't have come back to Songjiang City. This is your nightmare, Yang Ming said faintly. Chapter 1941. What do you mean? How do you know that I've been to Songjiang City before? Feng Xibiao was shocked. Even Feng Jioning and Fan Jinjia didn't know that I had been to Songjiang City before. How did this Yang Ming know? You fought with my underling and lost. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said very brightly, "Your underling." Feng Xibiao's face suddenly changed. He suddenly remembered Hou Jinhan, the person who had given him a lot of damage. That was also the most complete and miserable loss for Feng Xibiao. Hou Jinhan, you shouldn't have forgotten this name. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he stood up, turned around, and walked back to the stage. Hou Jinhan. Hou Jinhan is your underling? Feng Xibiao really couldn't believe this news, but he had to believe it because Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. He was even more powerful than Hou Jinhan. Yang Ming knew such a secret, so he could only believe that all this was true. That time when he came to Songjiang City, he was hired by Yu Xiangde to fight for him. This matter was very secret. Besides the parties involved, Feng Xibiao didn't believe that others would know about it. Yang Ming was just a freshman student. If he didn't really know the truth, how could he say these things? It was even more impossible to investigate in advance, because no one knew that he was replacing Fan Jinjia to fight today. Before he went on the stage, he didn't inform others, so it also caused the anger of the students after he went on the stage. So it was unrealistic to say that Yang Ming investigated his background in advance. Moreover, there was no need to lie in terms of Yang Ming's strength. He had the complete strength to kill Feng Xibiao. What was the difference if Hou Jinhan was still his underling? Thinking of this, Feng Xibiao couldn't help but feel disheartened. He even thanked Yang Ming for sparing him, because if Yang Ming didn't show mercy, he would have been dead. Thank you for watching. Yang Ming walked to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and said to the students below, "I have completed a gorgeous instant kill. The opponent was too weak. I had no choice. I wanted to perform for a while, but the opponent didn't cooperate. I really envy Ultraman. He always has a group of little monsters who silently cooperate with him. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of warm laughter under the stage. Yang Ming's words were too funny. He compared Feng Xibiao to little monsters, and Yang Ming was the Ultraman who beat the monsters. Yang Ming is mighty. It's really an instant kill. It's gorgeous. It's like the ultimate kill in the King of Fighters, instantly killing him. Nice to look at, but useless for real. He should look strong and look scary, but in fact, he can't withstand a single blow. Yang Ming said this. You think it's because I Yuzhen Han Yuzhe is .e. Come. Okay, we will help you supervise. Don't worry. We will definitely help you keep an eye on Fan Jinja. He must run naked. The audience under the stage all volunteered to help Yang Ming supervise Fan Jinja's naked running. Yang Ming stepped down from the stage amidst the cheers. The things that should be dealt with have been dealt with. Is it time to leave? However, before Yang Ming left, there were still a few regrets that had not been resolved. One was Suya. Yang Ming was very regretful that he couldn't see her before he left. However, Yang Ming also knew that Suya was very busy. He didn't want to distract her, so he didn't tell her. The other one was Huang Lele. Yang Ming couldn't say goodbye to her personally. If possible, before Yang Ming left, he would find a way to let Xia Bingbao arrange for Huang Lele to accompany him on his plane. It was also a short farewell. The crazy and enthusiastic audience naturally didn't know that Yang Ming was about to leave. They were still immersed in the joy of victory. They were looking forward to Yang Ming's next move. After Yang Ming left, they rushed to the stage crazily. What they had to do now was to beat up Feng Juning, the fool. Therefore, before Feng Juning could run out of the gymnasium, he was surrounded by countless students and was beaten up. Yang Ming went out of the gymnasium, took a deep breath, got in the car, and didn't stop. He started the car directly and drove to the villa at home. He didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to accompany Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun. These three people had been with him for the longest time. They lived together every day. Yang Ming was really reluctant to leave. Moreover, they didn't know the truth of the matter. They didn't know how dangerous the task they had to perform was. Sister Mingyan, do you think that Yang Ming will be unhappy if he knows that we are doing this? Zhou Jiejie asked with some apprehension. That won't happen. If he blames you, you could just blame it on me. Chen Mingyan didn't care. Her relationship with Yang Ming was the most solid one. No one could change her position by Yang Ming's side. So Chen Mingyan would also take the initiative to bear the troubles of her sisters. AI, what should we do? Zhou Jiejie listened to Chen Mingyan and was relieved. Every woman of Yang Ming has the right to know, and I also have the obligation to inform them. Chen Mingyan sighed. I don't know if Lan Ling will come back tomorrow. Her phone couldn't be connected, but I sent her a text message. Lan Ling, what kind of girl is she? Will she get along well with us in the future? Zhou Jiejie heard this name and asked with some concern. She and Lin Jiyun had only heard this name, but they had never really met, let alone get along with each other. She should be a girl who isn't very scheming. She should be easy to get along with. Chen Mingyan sighed. In fact, she had never met Lan Ling face to face, nor had she talked to Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan's understanding of Lan Ling came entirely from Yang Ming. Yang Ming once said that Lan Ling found a receipt of Yang Ming shopping with her in the supermarket, but Lan Ling didn't say anything. It could be seen that Lan Ling wasn't a girl who liked to be jealous. As long as she didn't fight and didn't use the reason that she was the woman who had sex with Yang Ming as the reason for her arrogance, Chen Mingyan believed that she could still get along well with her. Even if she used this reason, it didn't matter. Who was Lan Ling? Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's first woman. I have Sister Lin on my side. I don't believe that I can't win against Lan Ling. Of course, this was only the worst-case scenario. In fact, Chen Mingyan still hoped to get along well with Lan Ling. Lan Ling was Yang Ming's woman. This was an indisputable fact that couldn't be changed. Since Chen Mingyan couldn't change it, then she had to handle the relationship between the two of them well. This was the best result. Chapter 1942. This text message to Lan Ling was also a signal from Chen Mingyan to Lan Ling. Chen Mingyan didn't want Yang Ming to leave with regrets, so she took the initiative to invite a few of Yang Ming's women that she knew. That's good. With one more person, it's more convenient for the four of us to play anything. Zhou Jiejia nodded. Whether it's playing poker or mahjong, it's not very convenient with 3 people. We can only play Do Diju. Lin Jiyun was the most indecisive. She supported Chen Mingyan's decision. She wouldn't put forward her own opinion. Now that I think about it, Yang Ming should be home by now. Will he be surprised? Chen Mingyan looked at her watch and said, "Sisters, we are going to be alone tonight. How can we be happy?" Zhou Jiejia was a little speechless. It's good enough that Yang Ming doesn't blame us. What's there to be happy about? I'm just saying it casually. Do you have to be sad? Chen Mingyan smiled. There will be such a day sooner or later. She will come back sooner or later and replace my position. I've already thought it through. No way. Zhou Jiejia shook her head. She's not that kind of person. Actually, it's just that I'm too tired of being your older sister. I really hope that I have a sister. Chen Mingyan comforted herself with self-mockery. Let's go. It's noon. Let's go eat something. Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun also smiled bitterly. They felt Chen Mingyan's loneliness and followed her out of the stadium. Yang Ming returned to the villa. As he was about to open the door with the key, he suddenly became alert. Someone came back to the villa. However, when Yang Ming came back, he glanced at the audience. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun were still sitting in the stands. They didn't get up and leave. Chen Mingyan's car obviously didn't show any signs of coming back. Then, who came back? The reason why Yang Ming noticed that someone had returned to the villa was because he left with Meng Yao, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun this morning. Although they didn't drive the same car, it was Yang Ming who locked the villa door last. The villa's door was clearly locked from the inside, but now, only one door was locked. Did Chen Mingyan and the others come back to get their things after that? Indeed, after Yang Ming arrived at school, he was separated from Chen Mingyan and the others. Yang Ming was a contestant today, so he had to prepare in advance, so he went to the stadium first. As for Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia, it was more than an hour later when they entered the stadium. It was possible that they had returned home. However, under normal circumstances, the 3 of them were very cautious. There wouldn't be a situation where they didn't lock the door. Yang Ming subconsciously used his special ability to look inside through the door of the villa. At first glance, he was suddenly stunned. A super beautiful girl was sitting on the sofa in the living room at the moment. She was panting, covering her mouth with both hands, and looking at the TV with a red face. The content on the TV made Yang Ming feel very ashamed. It was actually a video of himself, Zhou Jiejia, Chen Mingyan, and Lin Jiyun. However, Yang Ming didn't directly break and stop it because she could appear in the villa at this moment and watch such a video. He was afraid that Chen Mingyan must have acquiesced or even deliberately arranged it. Thinking of Chen Mingyan's good intentions, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. Suya received a call from Chen Mingyan last night. The relationship between the 2 people was actually very close and private. In addition to being Suya's fan, Chen Mingyan also had a tacit relationship between the 2. Chen Mingyan wanted to work hard to have a good relationship with Suya, and didn't Suya have the same idea? Therefore, this time, Chen Mingyan didn't hide it and told Suya that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan to perform a mission. Chen Mingyan knew that Yang Ming must have hidden this matter from Suya, but Chen Mingyan felt that Suya was also Yang Ming's woman, and she was his first girlfriend. She naturally had the right to know about this matter. If after Yang Ming left, Suya only found out that Yang Ming had left, then she would definitely blame her good sister for not reporting it. Therefore, Chen Mingyao told Suya the truth that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. After Suya was shocked, she was deeply worried. She also decided that she must see Yang Ming before Yang Ming left. After Suya learned of this news, she canceled all the activities in her hands and quietly took a plane to Songjiang City alone. At this moment, Suya looked very different from the big star. She was completely different, so she wasn't afraid that someone could recognize her. Although Suya had already told her secret to Chen Mingyan on the phone, and Chen Mingyan had also seen the photo of Suya's real appearance in Yang Ming's hands, she was still shocked by Suya when she went to pick up Suya today. A girl could be so cute and beautiful. She was just like a fantasy heroine in a comic. She had big eyes and white skin. She was completely like a small porcelain doll. Chen Mingyan was very envious, but it was only temporary because Chen Mingyan actually didn't lose to Suya. It was just that they had two kinds of beauty. The women around Yang Ming each had their own merits, and Yang Ming was also lucky. All of his girlfriends were superb beauties. At the moment when Zhou Jiajia and Suya met, both of them smiled. The gap between them no longer existed. The two of them were like friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They held hands happily. After picking up Suya, Chen Mingyan sent her to the villa at home. Zhou Jiajia connected the video of that day to the TV and told Suya how to operate the player. Then, she left the villa with Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun because they wanted to watch the challenge between Yang Ming and Fan Jinjia. After Chen Mingyan left, Suya didn't rush to touch the video. She was still somewhat embarrassed. Although she was already close to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun in private, and she had already established a relationship with Yang Ming, so it was reasonable to watch their video. But Suya was also a girl who was inexperienced. She would always be shy. Although she was curious, she couldn't watch it directly. Suya first looked at the entire villa with envy. She looked at Yang Ming, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun's rooms. Then, she looked at the photo wall hanging in the living room. She could imagine the happy times Yang Ming and the three of them in the villa. Suya also wanted to be one of the three of them. She wanted to live happily with Yang Ming in the villa like them. How happy would that be? Chapter 1943. However, Yang Ming was going to leave soon. He was going to Yunnan to perform a mission. Suya suddenly regretted it. Why did I care so much about my career? Why did I care so much about the feelings of the fans? Why did I sacrifice my love for my career? Sacrificing the opportunity to be happy with Yang Ming? If I quit the music industry early and live here with Yang Ming in seclusion, wouldn't that be a happy and comfortable life? Suya really regretted it, but it was useless to regret. Everything couldn't be redone. She could only cherish the opportunity in front of her. After visiting the villa and looking at the photo wall, Suya had nothing to do, so she sat on the sofa and remembered Zhou Jiajia's hint. Previously, Zhou Jiajia promised on the phone that she would take a video of her first time and share it with her. Suya was actually very interested in seeing it, but because she was a girl, she was a little shy. However, thinking that Yang Ming would be back for a while, Suya closed the curtains like a thief. Then, she quietly turned on the TV, connected the player that Zhou Jiajia gave her, and pressed the play button. The first part was a video of Zhou Jiajia and herself on the phone, but then Yang Ming came in. Suya's face also blushed. Although she could be regarded as Yang Ming's first girlfriend, in fact, the most extreme thing that she and Yang Ming had done so far was nothing more than kissing. It had not developed to the last step. This made Suya look forward to it, but she was also very shy. She wanted to see what Zhou Jiajia's first time was like, so that she could learn from it, but she was ashamed. However, the male and female protagonists on the TV screen, one was her man, and the other was her good sister. Suya could still accept it. Otherwise, if she watched a strange video directly, Suya would be more embarrassed. However, acquaintances were acquaintances, but Suya had a very exciting feeling. After all, the more familiar they were with each other, the more excited Suya would be when she saw their privacy. Suya actually knew that this was Chen Mingyin's effort to integrate her into their small group, and this video was the same. If you look at her, you can't stop her from looking at you in the future, right? Although Suya was a little shy, she wasn't stupid. When she turned on the player, she had already made a decision. In the future, she would really integrate into the lives of Chen Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia. From this moment onwards, they had become true sisters. However, it was just Zhou Jiajia's video. After that, there was actually Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. This caused Suya to have the urge to blush even more. Could the three of them be together? Then, would he become the fourth in the future? How absurd. Could he really do it? Suya covered her mouth to prevent herself from being surprised. She looked at the TV screen and instantly had a feeling of boiling blood and blushing. As a result, Suya, who was in a panic, didn't even notice that Yang Ming had come back to open the door. Yang Ming didn't know whether to go in or not. After all, Suya was doing something very embarrassing now. Although she was also his woman, their relationship hadn't reached this point. If Yang Ming broke in, it would inevitably cause some embarrassment and psychological distress to Suya. Therefore, after Yang Ming smiled bitterly, he still waited at the door of the villa. He waited for Suya to finish watching the video. Then Yang Ming was ready to go in. Now, he decided to wait for a while first. However, as Yang Ming was thinking, Suya's mobile phone rang. Suya, who was watching TV, was shocked by the sudden ringtone of the mobile phone. She quickly picked up the mobile phone and glanced at it. When she saw that it was Chun Mingyin, she quickly paused the video on the TV and picked up the phone. "Hello, Mingyin? What's wrong?" Suya asked softly with a guilty conscience. "Yang Ming is going back. He may be here soon. You should prepare yourself." Chun Mingyin also suddenly remembered. Is Suya watching the video? Although according to the time, Suya should be able to finish watching the video before Yang Ming goes back. What if Suya didn't watch it immediately after Yang Ming left? Wouldn't she be unable to finish watching it? What if Yang Ming went back and caught her watching the video? How embarrassing would that be? Therefore, Chun Mingyin decided to call Suya in advance to let her be prepared. She didn't want everyone to feel embarrassed when Yang Ming went back. Yang Ming is coming back. Okay, I got it. Suya was so scared that she jumped up from the sofa. She quickly ran to the TV and unplugged the power of the TV and player. Then, she said to the phone, "Thank you, Mingyin. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing later." "No way. You haven't finished watching it yet?" Chun Mingyin asked with some embarrassment. After all, she was also in the video. "I didn't watch it before. I watched it later," Suya said with some embarrassment. "Okay, then I'm hanging up. Yang Ming may be here soon," Chun Mingyin said and hung up the phone. Suya turned off the TV and tried to take a deep breath to calm her emotions. However, the more anxious she was to calm her emotions, the more anxious she was. Her face was red like a big apple. Suya's skin was white, so after her face was red, it was particularly obvious. It could be seen at a glance. Yang Ming found Suya's behavior funny. She was like a little thief. It was quite cute. However, Yang Ming didn't expose it. He acted like he didn't know anything. He opened the door of the villa with the key and walked in with a normal expression. As he walked, he said, I remember that I locked the door in the morning. Could it be that Mingyin and the others came back first?" Suya was shocked when she heard the sound of the door opening. She secretly thought that she was lucky. If she was one step later, she would definitely be caught by Yang Ming. She wouldn't even have the time to turn off the TV. Thinking of this, Suya thanked Chun Mingyin in her heart. This call was really timely. Suya tried hard to make herself look normal. However, she just turned off the TV. How could she calm down just like that? "Suya?" Yang Ming looked at the beauty on the sofa in shock. He was so surprised that his eyes widened and his mouth dropped. It was undeniable that Yang Ming's acting was very good. Even Suya, who was a big star, was fooled by him. She thought that Yang Ming really just came back and was so shocked after seeing her. Chapter 1944. In fact, Suya didn't dare to look directly at Yang Ming. She was already blushing, and her eyes were still a little blurred. So, she was also a little evasive when she looked at Yang Ming. "Yang Ming." Suya called Yang Ming's name softly. She couldn't restrain the longing in her heart. She stood up and ran to Yang Ming. She threw herself into Yang Ming's arms. Yang Ming also opened his arms and hugged Suya. The longing for Suya in his heart was also vented at this moment. For a long time, Yang Ming had kept his longing for Suya in his heart. Yang Ming didn't say it, but it didn't mean that he didn't miss Suya. Suya's photo was still kept at Yang Ming's bedside. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun also acquiesced to Yang Ming's move. After all, Suya couldn't accompany Yang Ming every day. But her photo was placed at Yang Ming's bedside. What else could they be jealous of? The last time Yang Ming and Suya met was in Europe. After that, he didn't see Suya again. However, Yang Ming knew that although the two people didn't meet again, their hearts were tightly connected. If Yang Ming didn't know what Suya was doing before, at this moment, Suya's face was flushed. Yang Ming would definitely think that Suya was excited because she was about to see him. However, Yang Ming, who knew the truth, felt that it was somewhat funny. Why are you back? Yang Ming pretended not to know and asked. First, can you kiss me first? Suya and Yang Ming kissed when they were in Macau. She missed that taste very much. Especially after watching so many provocative videos, Suya's inner desire had been aroused. She was just trying to restrain it. Now, she was hugged by Yang Ming. Naturally, she remembered the scene she saw before. Her breathing became a little faster. Yang Ming gently hugged Suya and lowered his head to kiss her lips. In fact, Yang Ming also missed this feeling. This feeling was very reassuring and warm. It was as if the two people were supposed to kiss each other. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Suya's face was redder, and her eyes were blurred as she looked at Yang Ming. Chen Mingyan said that you were leaving, right? And Yang Ming nodded. Suya had returned to Songjiang to find him. There was no point in hiding it from her. I am going to Yunnan to perform a special mission. Why don't you tell me? Do you not treat me as your woman? Suya pouted. She was a little unhappy and looked at Yang Ming with resentment. I was afraid that you would be worried. Yang Ming smiled. Your career is very busy. I was afraid that if I told you, you wouldn't be able to accept it in a short time. Why? Can Chen Mingyan and the others know? Suya looked at Yang Ming unconvinced. You are different from them. You have not been with me all the time. If I leave like this, I am afraid that you won't be able to accept it. However, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun are with me all the time. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Now, do you have the urge to not let me go? Yes, but I know that you will definitely leave. Suya sighed. I have some regrets. I regret that I didn't give up my career and return to Songjiang City with you to live a happy life. I am now envious of Chen Mingyan, Jiajia, and Sister Lin. Yang Ming didn't expect Suya to call Lin Jiyun as Sister Lin. It seemed that her communication with Chen Mingyan and the others was still very frequent. She actually knew the name of Sister Lin. I will come back. Wait for me. And I will wait for you. I have been waiting for you in the past few years. Hee. Now it's just a few more years. So what? Suya smiled and shook her head. But I want to give myself to you before you leave. Can you promise me? This. Yang Ming didn't expect Suya to make this request at this moment. It seemed that Zhou Jiajia's previous video touched Suya's heart. In fact, Suya didn't watch the video. This time when she came back, she had the same idea. She didn't want to let herself have any regrets in this life. Yang Ming left and came back after such a long time. Suya wanted to have a beautiful memory so that when she missed Yang Ming in the future, she could think about what she once had. You don't want to? Suya saw Yang Ming hesitate, and she was a little disappointed. No, I was thinking that it's already noon. Should we go out and eat something first? Even if we do the things we love to do, we have to wait until we are full and come back at night, right? Yang Ming smiled. After Suya listened to Yang Ming's words, she nodded happily. Her eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of Red Flag High School to eat snacks, okay? Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Yang Ming also remembered that he and Suya often ate some snacks at the entrance of Red Flag High School and drank some fruit tea. He didn't know how many snacks from the past were left now. Yang Ming didn't know, and Suya didn't know, so both of them were very curious. They wanted to relive the feeling of the past and eat the snacks at the entrance of the school. When you go out like this, don't you need to wear makeup and sunglasses? Yang Ming asked this sentence. Then he shook his head and laughed. I have become the original appearance. Who will recognize me? Suya also laughed. Didn't I subconsciously think that you're still a big star? Yang Ming shook his head. He really neglected that Suya also knew how to disguise herself. Yang Ming and Suya left the villa hand in hand. This time, Yang Ming locked the door of the villa. Get in the car. Yang Ming held Suya's hand and let her sit in the front passenger seat of the car. Then he got in the car, started the car, and drove in the direction of Red Flag High School. Yang Ming hadn't come to Red Flag High School for a while, and Uncle Ma, who guarded the entrance of Red Flag High School, was not there. Where was he now? How was Lan Ling now? It was really strange to think about the fate of life. Uncle Ma Xiaoyao, who guarded the entrance of Red Flag High School, was actually Lan Ling's grandfather. Furthermore, he had actually saved her life once by a freak combination of circumstances. Is he okay now? Yang Ming sighed a little. I don't know if they have found a way to deal with Elder Yu. This time, Yang Ming hadn't informed Lan Ling about going to Yunnan. I don't know if I can find Lan Ling after going there. Did they think of a way to deal with Elder Yu? To be honest, Yang Ming actually wanted to cooperate with Lan Ling, but he was also afraid of implicating Lan Ling. After all, Elder Yu's current strength was unfathomable. Would his action this time destroy the original plan of Lan Ling's family? Chapter 1945. Along the way, Yang Ming looked at the familiar scene and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Yang Ming? Suya saw that Yang Ming was absent-minded while driving. She was afraid that he would have an accident, so she quickly stopped him. Yang Ming was shocked and quickly stopped the car by the roadside. Fortunately, it was school time and no one was wandering around the school gate. Yang Ming was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Yang Ming hadn't been absent-minded for a long time. All along, his vigilance as an assassin kept him calm and sober at all times. But today, it was the first time he was absent-minded. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Have I become sad? It should be because I'm leaving Songjiang City, and I'm thinking of some things in the past, so I'm so absent-minded. I can actually be absent-minded while driving. You're absent-minded. Don't do this in the future. How dangerous is it when you're driving? Xia picked up a bottle of vitamin drink in the car, opened it, and handed it to Yang Ming. Are you tired? Drink a few sips and take a break? Xia thought that Yang Ming had just fought with the underground boxing champion, so he should be tired. No, I just thought of some things in the past. Yang Ming took the drink and took a sip, but he suddenly found that this scene seemed to be very familiar. It was also in this familiar background, familiar place, familiar people, but at that time he drank fruit tea juice, a very common Songjiang City specialty drink. It was rarely sold now, and now these well-packaged drinks were not as good as before. It's not as good as fruit tea juice. Yang Ming smiled. When you just gave me a drink, it reminded me of when I was in junior high school. You often handed me drinks that you couldn't drink. How is it that I couldn't drink at that time? I was afraid that you didn't have enough to drink, and I didn't have the money to buy it. See, I didn't hold back and told him the truth. The two of them were reunited, and with their current relationship, there was nothing that couldn't be said. Yeah, my family was very poor at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been scolded by Uncle Su. Yang Ming shrugged in self-mockery. If he knows that you have so many girlfriends now, and his daughter's number one, don't you think he will scold you? Suya glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled bitterly after listening to Suya's words. It turned out that Suya was also jealous. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You're number one. No one can change that. Really? Suya was a little happy after hearing Yang Ming's words. Really? Yang Ming nodded. Well, it's good that you have this intention, but I don't want to compete with Chen Mingyan. She is different from me. She is by your side. In fact, it is more difficult for her to coordinate the relationship between me, Zhou Jia, and Lin Jian. Suya sighed. And these things I can't do it. Yang Ming sighed and held Suya's hand. Then, he said, let's go for a walk. Okay. Suya was smart and didn't mention the previous topic. That topic only needed to be mentioned once to confirm Yang Ming's intention. It didn't need to be repeated. Yang Ming and Suya got off the car. Yang Ming locked the car and took Suya to the side of the school, a beverage shop that they used to frequent. Many years ago, the beverage shop had become a fashionable water bar. The old and rustic decorations had been refurbished and became very beautiful and shiny. Yang Ming felt a little uncomfortable. Although the decoration had become luxurious, it didn't have the taste of the previous school days. The kind of solid wood table with paint peeling off, the polished chair that was shining, and the bar that was simple but clean were all things that Yang Ming and Suya missed in their memories. Here, it seems to have changed. The table that we used to sit at has now become a swing. Suya entered the water bar and looked carefully for a long time before she distinguished the position that she used to sit at. Yeah, then let's sit on the couple's swing, said Yang Ming. Although the couple's swing seemed to be more high-end than before, it didn't have the charm of the previous. For current students, it might be more romantic, but for Yang Ming and Suya, they couldn't find the previous memories. Welcome. The waiter didn't expect that someone would come to drink at this time. The beverage shop near the school generally had more customers at noon and evening after school, but now it was only 11 o'clock in the morning. The school would only end at 12 o'clock. The waiter had already been replaced by someone he didn't know. Yang Ming took the order and looked at it. Now Yang Ming didn't have much interest in those beautiful drinks. He turned to the last page, but he didn't see what he liked to drink. But on the last page, he saw the name fruit tea. However, the price wasn't cheap. In the past, it was only 1 yuan or 2 yuan, but now it was 30 yuan per cup. You still have fruit tea here? Yang Ming was a little surprised. This kind of thing had disappeared in Songjiang City for a long time, right? Yes, this was added by the boss a while ago. Because there are always some students who have drunk the fruit tea here before. Now that they have started working here, they want to reminisce about the past and drink the fruit tea that they used to drink before. Therefore, the boss added this drink. The waiter explained, but now students don't like to drink it, and few people order it. So if the customer needs it, it can only be made on the spot. The cost is relatively high, so the price is more expensive. Oh, give me 2 cups of this fruit tea. Yang Ming had no concept of money. He didn't feel much about the 30 yuan for a cup of fruit tea. He came here mainly for nostalgia, and many people who came here to drink fruit tea should have the same idea. They wouldn't care about the 30 yuan. The owner of this beverage shop obviously seized his business opportunity and launched this kind of fruit tea. Although it wasn't very popular, it made a profit by selling 1 cup. Okay, the waiter wasn't too surprised. After all, Yang Ming wasn't the first person who came here to order fruit tea. Previously, there were many men and women in their 20s who came here to drink. The waiter felt a little strange seeing someone drink such an expensive drink for the first time, but it wasn't strange after a long time. Soon, the fruit tea was served. As for the waiter's so-called hard to get, it was probably an excuse. Yang Ming was too lazy to pursue these trivial matters. He handed a cup to Suya. Try it and see if the taste has changed. And Suya took the fruit tea cup, which was very different from the previous fruit tea cup. Chapter 1946. In the past, the fruit tea cups were the kind of glass cups that could be used multiple times. The best one was just a transparent plastic cup, but now it had been replaced with beautiful paper cups with the bar's logo and so on. It was much more high-end than before. When the waiter saw that someone had come, he turned on the sound system in the bar. In an instant, the whole bar was filled with a very melodious song. Even you and I will stay together for 100 years. If one of us dies at 97, we will wait for 3 years on the bridge of helplessness side by side, in harmony between heaven and earth. Meng Pezhuang suffered for 3 years. Simple tea and plain food are more delicious. A bridge, a soul, walking and stopping for 3 years, too happy, too dependent, yearning for each other, not envious of immortals. 3 life stone, 3 generations of fate, reincarnation hall. This was Shu Ye's song, 3 life stone. Oh, it's your song. Yang Ming smiled and looked in the direction of the sound system. And Suya nodded. I'm singing for you. In each of my albums, there will be a song dedicated to you. From the first album to now, my heart has not changed. Yang Ming was suddenly moved. Suya had never forgotten him over the years, but what did he do? There were so many girls around him. Although some were due to a combination of circumstances, he was very sorry for Suya. What are you thinking about? Suya saw that Yang Ming was a little lost for a moment, so she asked. I'm sorry. Yang Ming said. What's sorry? What do you mean? Suya was stunned. Nothing. Yang Ming smiled. You are so strange. You say such strange words. Suya shook her head and hummed along with the song and the sound system. There was no one else in the shop, so Suya's voice was a little louder. As she sang, she was a little carried away, and her voice became louder. The waiter in the shop looked at Suya in surprise. This voice is exactly the same as the original voice. Someone actually imitated Shuya's song so well. Miss, this song of yours is really too good. You really look exactly like the big celebrity, Shuya. The waiter didn't expect that the person in front of him was the big celebrity, Shuya. It was just that the two of them were very different in appearance. Although they were both very beautiful, their beauty was completely different. When the song ended, the waiter came over and said with admiration, Really? Thank you. Suya returned to her senses and smiled at the waiter. Naturally, she would not admit that she was Shuya. Others also say that my voice is very similar to Shuya's. Yes, yes. Even your voice is so similar. It's exactly the same as Shuya's concert. The waiter nodded excitedly. Miss, you're amazing. If you participate in the imitation show, you'll definitely get good results. When I have no work to do, I will consider joining. Suya smiled. Are you a fan of Shuya? Yeah. The waiter nodded vigorously. Yes, I'm a fan of Shuya. Not only me, but other people in our shop also like Shuya. Now, the students also like Shuya. Our shop only plays Shuya's songs. I also like her very much. Yang Ming smiled and interrupted. I'm a male fan of Shuya. My dream is to marry Shuya and bring her home as my wife. Then, give birth to a little Shuya for me. Sir, you can't do this. Your girlfriend is still sitting here, and you dare to say this? The waiter was a little surprised by Yang Ming's boldness. Although your idea is difficult to achieve, if I were your girlfriend, I would definitely be angry. Then, my wife, are you angry? Yang Ming smiled and asked Suya. Oomph. Suya glared at Yang Ming. Does he still need a dream? Obviously, I have already married her. Do I need to give birth to a little Suya? Well, we can do it at night. However, Suya couldn't say this to the waiter. She just said, so, he found me who sings similar to Shuya. Yeah, I think this gentleman is just not satisfied. Miss, you look as beautiful as Shuya, and you sing so well. Whoever marries, you will be very happy. The waiter nodded and said, Right, miss, can you give me an autograph? Okay, but I'm very good at imitating Shuya's signature. It's enough to pass off as the real thing. Suya smiled. And that's fine too. I still don't have Shuya's autograph. You can sign one for me. I can show off to others. The waiter took a book and came to Suya. He handed it to Suya and said, Sorry to trouble you. Suya took the book and signed her name on it skillfully. The waiter's eyes were shining. Wow, it's really similar to the signature of the big star, Shuya. Thank you. It's nothing. Suya shook her head. Yang Ming found it funny. If this waiter knew that the person in front of him was really the big star, Shuya, what kind of mood would he have? After the waiter left, Yang Ming and Suya looked at each other and smiled. It is said that you want to marry Shuya as your wife. Is that so? Suya asked deliberately with a straight face. A little, but if it's Suya, it's fine too. I'll just barely take her place. Yang Ming said with a bitter face. Oomph. Then do you want to go to bed with Shuya? Suya asked in a low voice. Yes, I think it's not only me. A lot of people want her, right? Yang Ming smiled. They wish. Suya glared at Yang Ming. Don't say such disgusting words. Tell me, do you want to? Yes. Yang Ming nodded. That's more like it. Then I will fulfill your wish tonight and let you go to bed with the big star. Suya smiled naughtily. She decided to restore the appearance of the big star Shuya at night. This should be very exciting, right? Ugh. Yang Ming felt that Suya's proposal was indeed very exciting, but Yang Ming would rather choose Suya for the first time. So he said, Suya, the big star. Let's wait for Suya to get tired of it. You dare to get tired of it? Suya was so angry that she kicked Yang Ming under the table. I will kick you to death. Huh, I'm just kidding, right? How can I get tired of it? But you are quite good. One person can be two people. I have another wife. Yang Ming said. You're not serious? Suya put down the fruit teacup in her hand. Where are we going now? How about going to the university and then going to the beach? I just heard your song about the 3-life stone. I remembered the 3-life stone that we engraved our names on at the beach. Yang Ming said. Okay. Suya nodded. She completely listened to Yang Ming's arrangement, and Yang Ming's proposal was also very attractive to her. Chapter 1947. Yang Ming found the waiter and paid the bill. Then, he and Suya left the beverage store and walked in the direction of Red Flag High School. At this time, Red Flag High School had already ended its classes, and the students were pouring out of the campus. Yang Ming and Suya stood at the entrance of the campus hand in hand. Looking at the young faces, they thought of the past. Time flies so fast. In a blink of an eye, we have all grown up, Suya said with some emotion. At that time, what the two of us considered puppy love. I don't know. If there was no Uchirin, we should only be considered as relatively good classmates, right? When he appeared, it made us understand each other's feelings. Yang Ming smiled. So, should we thank him? Suya asked with a smile. That's not it. If there was no him, there wouldn't be so many things in the future. Yang Ming shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Let's go into the school and take a look. Yang Ming held Suya's hand and entered the school together. Among the students, many people were attracted by the handsome man and beautiful woman, Yang Ming and Suya. It had to be said that the children's thoughts were now maturing in advance with a more and more large-scale plots in the TV series. Wow, who are these two people? Why haven't I seen them before? Could it be a new teacher? The man is so handsome and stylish. Damn, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You are a love-struck fool. Nowadays, sunny men like me are popular. I think the woman is so beautiful. The students discussed in private, but Yang Ming also laughed it off. The two of them walked to the flower bed at the edge of the sports field as if no one else was around and sat down. In an entire sports field, only this flower bed was the same flower bed as before. There were no other things that were the same as before. Do you remember when we used to sit here on summer afternoons? Yang Ming looked up at the few students on the field and asked leisurely. Of course I remember. You told me that you would take me around the world in the future. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet. Suya also looked at the sky with a smile and said, I will. When I come back from this mission, I will take you there. Only you. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly, I'm the only one. Forget it. I don't want to be scolded by Chun Ming Yin. Besides, there is still Jia and Sister Lin. If you want to go, you can go together. Otherwise, you can't go at all. Suya said, let's go together. That's what I want, but I'm afraid you won't be happy. Yang Ming naturally hoped for this result in his heart. Otherwise, if he only took Suya out, what would Chen Mingyan think? At this time, a middle-aged woman with glasses happened to pass by. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya, she was obviously stunned. At this time, Yang Ming was also obviously stunned. This woman was very familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere before. The association happened to be on campus. Yang Ming immediately thought of the woman's identity. She was his former subject teacher, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang taught music. At that time, Suya sang very well, so Teacher Wang took care of Suya. She also knew about the relationship between Yang Ming and Suya, but she didn't use this relationship. Overall, she was a good teacher. Suya was also a little surprised at this time. She also recognized Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, Suya, and Yang Ming stood up from the flower bed together and looked at the middle-aged woman. Teacher Wang was just going to the cafeteria. When she passed by, she saw Yang Ming and Suya. The two of them obviously didn't look like students. Teacher Wang thought they were outsiders, so she paid attention to them. She didn't expect the two of them to look very familiar. You are. Teacher Wang obviously didn't have a deep impression of Suya and Yang Ming. After all, the two of them had changed their appearance. They were much more mature than before. Teacher Wang, I am Yang Ming. This is my girlfriend, Suya. Yang Ming said with a smile. We were all your students. Do you remember? Ah, Yang Ming, Suya. When Teacher Wang heard these two names, she suddenly remembered who the two of them were. Wasn't the puppy love incident that once caused a lot of commotion in the school? At that time, Teacher Wang still felt some regret. She had looked for Wu Qiren because of this. However, Teacher Wang was a subject teacher. Naturally, she didn't have the authority of a head teacher. She spoke to Suya and Yang Ming, but it didn't have any effect. Yang Ming was still given a demerit, and Suya transferred to another school. In fact, looking at Yang Ming and Suya from the current perspective, the two of them were actually nothing. With the progress of time, people's thoughts were more open. Now, many students also had the tendency of puppy love. However, as long as they were guided correctly, it wouldn't affect their studies, and they didn't do anything stupid, then the teacher wouldn't interfere too much. Hee, Teacher Wang. We are just revisiting the old place and reminiscing about the past. Yang Ming said with a smile. I remember you guys. I didn't expect that you guys would come together in the end. I'm really happy for you guys. Teacher Wang said sincerely. Yeah, I remember that Teacher Wang took care of me and Suya very much at that time. Yang Ming said, I remember that Suya, this little girl, sang very well. If she developed well, she also had the potential to be a star. Especially now, it seems that her appearance isn't worse than those A-list stars. Teacher Wang said with some regret. I actually work in a music-related industry. Suya couldn't say her identity clearly, so she could only say it vaguely. Okay, you guys continue. I'm going to the cafeteria. Right, your class teacher, Wu Qiren, is in prison. Teacher Wang said until here and couldn't help but shake his head. Evil people really have evil retribution. If Wu Qiren wasn't so stubborn and did some bad things, he wouldn't have today's end. Wu Qiren's punishment of Yang Ming and Suya was just one of the bad things he did. Teacher Wang also heard a lot of other bad things. We know. Yang Ming nodded. Then, Teacher Wang, take care. After sending Teacher Wang away, Yang Ming and Suya walked out of the campus together. They got into the car at the entrance and drove in the direction of the seaside. The weather of early spring was still very cold at the moment. At the moment, there weren't many people on the seaside, only a few couples passing by. The sea breeze was still so cold. After the two people got out of the car, they couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold, Suya said subconsciously. And put on the clothes? Yang Ming took off his clothes and turned around to put on Suya. It's not necessary. You don't wear much. Don't catch a cold. Suya shook her head and wanted to refuse. Chapter 1948. Yang Ming put the coat on Suya without any explanation. I am in good health. It doesn't matter. Suya thought about it and didn't refuse this time. She put the coat on her body. Let's find a sanching stone that was engraved in the past, okay? Is it still here? Yes, it's not far ahead. Yang Ming nodded and pointed to the front. Well, now, you can tell me about you going to Yunnan, right? What is going on? Asked Suya. You don't know? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Didn't Chen Mingyin and the others tell you? No, they didn't say it in detail. I hope you can tell me personally. Suya said, I didn't ask them in detail. They said that you were going to perform a mission for a long time. Hey, right? Yang Ming shrugged. Is there a different version for me? Asked Suya. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He looked at Suya and was a little surprised. What did you say? I know you. Suya smiled. In fact, they don't know you as well as I do. What do you mean? Yang Ming was shocked. In fact, Chen Mingyin told me about the mission you're going to perform. She also repeated your words to me. But I think your mission is not more complicated, but more dangerous. Your so-called 10 or 20 years is to pave the way for you to not come back. Am I right? Suya suddenly turned to look at Yang Ming. How do you know? Yang Ming looked at Suya blankly. I know your character. You are a person who means what you say. You used to be like this, but this time, you are evasive, but it is more for my intuition. Suya shrugged and said, The reason why I insisted on coming back this time was because I guessed some of the reasons. Okay, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. You guessed right. Your intuition is very sharp. Yang Ming didn't want to lie in front of Suya. Since Suya had already guessed it, Yang Ming no longer hid it, but said, Indeed, this mission is very dangerous. How dangerous? Asked Suya. Is it as dangerous as the time you saved me? That time, was it dangerous? Yang Ming scratched his head and laughed dryly. That was his first mission. At that time, it seemed very dangerous, but now that he looked back, there was no danger at all. It seems that it must be very dangerous? Suya sighed. From Yang Ming's expression, the previous things were not dangerous at all. Suya could imagine how dangerous it was this time. Yeah, I don't have much confidence, but you can rest assured. I will definitely not be stupid and do something that I know is impossible. If it doesn't work, I will run. Even if I can't beat them, can I run? Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. I don't want to be a widow in the future. You have to remember what you just said. Suya nodded and emphasized to Yang Ming. Okay, of course, I remember. Yang Ming nodded. Not only you, but I carry too many people's expectations. I can't let them down. Yeah, you have so many women. Suya smiled. Hey. Is that the Sansheng stone that we saw? Yang Ming was a little surprised by Suya's reaction at the moment. She just asked a few questions casually, then she no longer asked about his mission. Instead, she changed the topic to something else. I don't know if Suya has already thought it through, or she deliberately pretended to be very relaxed. But no matter what the real reason was, Suya's attitude was also what Yang Ming was happy to see. Otherwise, if Suya really asked him to stay, Yang Ming really didn't know what to do. In fact, Suya knew that no matter what she said, she couldn't change this fact. The former was going to Yunnan, and it had become an established fact. She couldn't change it, and she couldn't change it. Therefore, instead of making some unnecessary prayers, it was better to make herself happier. Suya quickly ran to the side of a boulder and then carefully looked for it on the boulder. On this stone tablet, there were already countless names, big and small, densely packed. Suya looked for her and Yang Ming's names on it based on her impression. However, the last time the name was engraved was too long ago, so Suya couldn't remember where it was engraved. She had to accept all of him, right? Including his past and the past. Yang Ming also came to the front of the stone tablet with Suya, but Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He suddenly found his and Suya's names among the countless names. Although the traces were very faint, it could still be seen clearly if one looked carefully. It's here. Yang Ming pointed to the names on the stone tablet and said, Yeah, it's really here. Suya exclaimed in surprise. Hey, and what about Mingyan's name? Oh, Mingyan and I came here once, and then we added her name on it. Yang Ming explained. And Mingyan is kind enough. She knows first come, first served. She didn't cross out my name, but she wrote it under my name, Suya said with a smile. How is she so stingy? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. At first, Chen Mingyan seemed to be a little jealous. She wanted to cross out Suya's name and write her name, right? But later, she didn't do that, which also showed her generosity. Hey, there are also the names of Jia and Sister Lin here. Suya suddenly found that under Chen Mingyan's name, there were also the names of Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun. Although the names of the two people were a little small because of lack of space, it could still be seen if one looked carefully. Yang Ming took a closer look. It was really Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. When did these two people engrave their names? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that when Chen Mingyan engraved her name on the stone tablet, his and Suya's names were already very faint. Chen Mingyan deliberately used the stone to trace Yang Ming's name, but she didn't trace Suya's name. At that time, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly, but he still didn't say anything. But now that he saw Suya's name, it was very clear. He thought of the names of Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jia after that. It seemed that Chen Mingyan secretly brought Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun here again and added their names. Moreover, she deliberately emphasized Suya's name. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel a little gratified. Chun Mingyin still had some grudges against Suya, but with the frequent contact between her and Suya, the relationship between the two people had also improved by leaps and bounds. Chun Mingyin could help Suya to emphasize her name, which also represented her tolerance. Chapter 1949. Why are the names of the two of us so clear? Suya suddenly discovered this. Many of the names on the stone tablet were not very clear. Some of them were even re-engraved with other people's names. However, Yang Ming and Suya's names were so clear, just like the names of Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun below. This naturally made Suya somewhat curious. It must be that when Mingyin came, she helped us redraw it. Yang Ming smiled. Mingyin is a good girl. Suya nodded after listening. Yang Ming, you should cherish her. I will. I will cherish every girl around me. Yang Ming nodded and clenched his fist. I won't let you down. Believe me, I will definitely come back and take you all around the world. I believe that day will come, and it's not far away. Suya nodded. Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun finished their lunch in the cafeteria. There was nothing to do. Chun Mingyin's heart was a little itchy. She wanted to see what Suya and Yang Ming were doing, but she was a little embarrassed to say it. She hesitated and said, Sister Lin, do you miss Yang Ming? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect Chun Mingyin to suddenly ask this question. She was shocked. I miss him a little. What about you, Jiejia? Chun Mingyin turned and asked Zhou Jiejia. I'm fine. Zhou Jiejia blushed and said. Then you say, let's go home and see Yang Ming. How about that? Chun Mingyin suggested. Now, go back. Lin Jiyun was stunned. Yeah, now? Chun Mingyin nodded. That's not very good. Suya is also here. If she and Yang Ming are doing something, it's not good for us to participate, right? Zhou Jiejia didn't want to go. After all, she was afraid to disturb Suya. It's okay. Let's go back quietly. I think you must be curious, right? Chun Mingyin suggested. Zhou Jiejia was suddenly a little tempted. She thought that she had shown the video to Suya. If she didn't watch Suya, it would really be a bit unbalanced. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiejia asked Lin Jiyun, Sister Lin, what do you think? I will listen to you. Lin Jiyun blushed and said shyly. She wasn't very good at this kind of thing. It wasn't good to peek at Yang Ming and Suya, but Lin Jiyun didn't have any ideas. Since Chun Mingyin and Zhou Jiejia agreed, then she naturally couldn't say anything. She just nodded and agreed. Well, since we are all in agreement, let's go. Chun Mingyin was eager to try. Chun Mingyin, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejia went out of the cafeteria and came to the school's parking lot. Chun Mingyin drove her Audi A5 quietly back to the Huashang district and parked at the door of her villa. In order to keep it a secret, Chun Mingyin didn't dare to park the car in the garage to prevent Yang Ming from discovering her. She just parked the car next to the villa on the side of the road in the community. Let's go. Our adventure has begun. Chun Mingyin felt like she was an adventure team member. Taking two team members on an adventure and not being discovered by the enemy. This feeling was very exciting. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejia also carefully followed behind Chun Mingyin. The three of them tiptoed to the outside of the villa. Chun Mingyin just wanted to use the key to open the door, but she felt that it was inappropriate. Thinking about it, Suya was watching TV in the living room. If Yang Ming came back, they would be entangled in the living room. If she went in from the front door, wouldn't she bump into them? This was nothing for her. At most, it would be a little awkward. But for Yang Ming and Suya, if she scared them, it would leave a psychological shadow on their beautiful first time. That would be bad. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyin waved her hand and said, let's go in from the back door. Back door? That works too. Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jiyun also felt that it was inappropriate to go in from the front door. It would be very awkward if they bumped into them. It was best that this matter was not discovered by Yang Ming and Suya. The three of them tiptoed to the back of the villa. This was the back door of the villa. It was rarely used under normal circumstances. The door here was connected to the balcony of the kitchen on the first floor. It was also a fire escape. Usually, it was locked all year round. However, Chun Mingyin was one of the hostesses of the villa. She also had the key. She took out the key and carefully opened the back door of the villa. There was a lot of dust on the door. When it was opened, it fell and almost got onto Chun Mingyin's clothes. Chun Mingyin quickly dodged, but she accidentally stepped on Sister Lin's foot. Lin Jiyun just wanted to scream subconsciously. Zhou Jiejia's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She covered Lin Jiyun's mouth to prevent her from screaming. That was close. Chun Mingyin patted her chest and said to Lin Jiyun with some embarrassment, "Sorry, I stepped on you." "It's okay. It was me who almost ruined it." Lin Jiyun shook her head. "Sister Mingyin, why are you apologizing to me? Even if you step on me to death, I won't say anything." Puchi, Chun Mingyin listened to Lin Jiyun's words and couldn't help but laugh. "Step on her to death? Sister Lin is cute enough, but why would I step on her to death?" Okay, let's go in. It's really dangerous here. If the community security thinks we are thieves and yells, we will be exposed." Zhou Jie nervously looked at the community security's battery patrol car that was coming over not far away. She said hurriedly, Oh. Chun Mingyin was also anxious. She pulled Lin Jiyun into the villa's balcony. Then, when Zhou Jie also came in, she quickly closed the balcony door and breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them stood on the balcony of the kitchen. They didn't immediately go into the house. Instead, they stood here and listened carefully to the movements in the house. However, the three of them listened for a long time, but they didn't hear anything. "Hey, aren't they in the living room?" Chun Mingyin said, puzzled. "I don't know. I didn't hear anything." Zhou Jie also shook her head strangely. Then she asked Lin Jiyun, "Sister Lin, what about you?" "I didn't hear anything. Would they be in the bedroom upstairs?" Lin Jiyun guessed. That should be the case. Fortunately, these two people aren't in the living room, but it's convenient for us to eavesdrop. Chun Mingyin said with a sneaky smile, Let's go upstairs." Chun Mingyin found that as the day of Yang Ming's departure to Yunnan approached, her mentality had also changed. For Yang Ming and the women around him, she didn't have the previous hostility. She just wanted to unite together and wait for Yang Ming's return. Chapter 1950. If it was in the past, although Chun Mingyin would agree to let Yang Ming and Suya be alone in the villa, she would never think of coming back. Not only would that make her jealous and angry, but she would also be unable to control herself and do something emotional. But now, Chun Mingyin's mentality was very good. This may also be because she had already accepted Suya and regarded her as one of her, Zhou Jie and Lin Jiyun. She didn't have any grudges. Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jie, and Lin Jiyun waited for a while, but they still didn't hear any movement in the living room. Then, they tiptoed out of the kitchen and came to the living room. Sure enough, they saw an empty living room. Where were Yang Ming and Suya? Could they be upstairs? Chun Mingyin hesitated and looked in the direction of the stairs. "Sister Mingyin, are we still going up?" Lin Jiyun was a little nervous. It was her first time doing this kind of thing. Although this was her own home, Lin Jiyun had a feeling of being a thief. "Let's go up. We have already come in. If we don't go up, wouldn't it be a waste to come back?" Chun Mingyin thought about it and said, "Okay, then let's go up." Zhou Jie also nodded. The three of them were like little mice. They tiptoed upstairs again, but after going upstairs, they stood at the stairs and didn't dare to continue. They knew that Yang Ming's senses were very sharp. He could find a flaw in the slightest movement, so the three of them didn't dare to act directly for a while. Instead, they wanted to identify the direction first. Why doesn't it seem like there's any movement? Chun Mingyin listened for a long time, but she didn't hear any strange sounds. The whole villa was quiet, as if there was no one in it at all. "Yeah, I also feel like there's no movement." Zhou Jie also listened for a long time and didn't find any clues. Could it be that they have finished and are now sleeping? That can't be. How can Yang Ming have so little time? Chun Mingyin shook her head and denied Zhou Jie's guess. It's not like you don't know how long it takes for Yang Ming to torture someone. But it's Suya Jijia's first time. That shouldn't be the case, right? Zhou Jia thought about it and said, maybe Yang Ming was taking care of Sister Suya's feelings and ended it early. Then let's go to the bedroom and take a look. Chen Mingyan thought about it. What Zhou Jia said made sense, so she suggested it. If they're all asleep, what is there to see? Let's not go, shall we? Lin Jiyun flinched a little. She always felt that doing this kind of sneaky thing wasn't very good. If Yang Ming found out, how embarrassing would that be? Since we're already back, how can we not go? Chen Mingyan was a little reluctant. Then, Sister Mingyan, you're in front? Lin Jiyun was still a little nervous. Of course, I'm in front. If Yang Ming finds out, you just say that it's my idea. Chen Mingyan nodded and didn't care much. So, with Chen Mingyan taking the lead, the three people began to walk in the direction of the bedroom. The three people stopped in front of the door of the first big bedroom and stopped. Chen Mingyan carefully listened to the bedroom door, but she didn't hear any sound. Isn't he here? Chen Mingyan was slightly puzzled. Yang Ming had been sleeping in the big bedroom these days, including the three of them. They all slept here. Yang Ming should have brought Suya here, right? Did Yang Ming go to his own small bedroom? Chen Mingyan hesitated and reached for the bedroom door handle. She found that it wasn't locked. She hesitated slightly and quietly opened the door. The bedroom was empty. The bedding and sheets were still as clean and tidy as when everyone left in the morning. Chen Mingyan remembered that when they left in the morning, Lin Jiyun was the last one to tidy it up. It was the same as the current situation. No one. Chen Mingyan shook her head and said with some regret, it seems that only the small bedroom is left. Sister Mingyan, why don't we not go? Lin Jiyun was in the bedroom. She didn't dare to go to Yang Ming's room. Why do you always back out at the last minute? Chen Mingyan said, then you wait in the bedroom. I will go with Jia. Jia, do you dare to go? I'm okay. Zhou Jia saw Chen Mingyan ask and could only nod. Then I'll go. Lin Jiyun didn't want to be a maverick. If she was caught by Yang Ming, she would be caught together with him. What would happen if she stayed here? Lin Jiyun still decided to keep the same pace with Chen Mingyan. The three sisters would advance and retreat together. That's right, Chen Mingyan said happily. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia went out of the big bedroom together and walked to Yang Ming's bedroom at the innermost part of the corridor. They still stopped at the door and didn't hear any movement. Chen Mingyan pushed the door again. Yang Ming's bedroom was still empty. Chen Mingyan was suddenly stunned and widened her eyes. It can't be, right? Yang Ming isn't here. Where did Yang Ming go? No one. Chen Mingyan rubbed her eyes and confirmed that she didn't see wrongly. Yang Ming's room was really empty. Sister Mingyan, Yang Ming doesn't seem to be here. Lin Jian blinked and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Ming wasn't here. Otherwise, it would definitely be awkward. Do you see if there's anyone in the other rooms? How is it possible? Yang Ming obviously came home. Chen Mingyan said with some surprise. The three of them were also a bit puzzled. Since there was no sign of Yang Ming and Suya in these two bedrooms, it was unlikely that Yang Ming was in the other rooms. The reason was very simple. The other rooms belonged to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jia, and Lin Jiyun. How could Yang Ming bring Suya there? As for the guest room, Chen Mingyan also felt that it was impossible. How could Yang Ming bring Suya to the guest room? Wasn't that too disrespectful? The three of them looked around the villa and finally determined that Yang Ming and Suya weren't in the villa. Chen Mingyan was suddenly a little depressed. She even took Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun to the villa to take the risk. It was like a special agent team. In the end, Yang Ming and Suya weren't in the villa at all. Sister Mingyan, there is no sign of Yang Ming. Zhou Jia looked around. She looked upstairs and downstairs, including the attic that was rarely used in the villa, but she didn't find Yang Ming. I don't have him here, either. Lin Jiyun shook her head. It seems that Yang Ming is really not here. Chen Mingyan sighed with some amusement. Should we call Yang Ming and ask where he is? After that, Chen Mingyan dialed Yang Ming's phone. Chapter 1951. Yang Ming was accompanying Suya at the seaside at the moment. When he saw the call from Chun Mingyin, he couldn't help but be stunned. Since Chun Mingyin knew that he was with Suya, why did she call at this time? Mingyin, what's wrong? What happened? Yang Ming subconsciously thought that Chun Mingyin was looking for him for something. Nothing. Yang Ming, are you with Sister Suya? Chun Mingyin hesitated and asked. Yeah, what's the matter? Asked Yang Ming. Nothing. When Jia, Sister Lin, and I returned home, we found that you weren't at home. It was a little strange, so I called you to ask. Chun Mingyin said truthfully. Oh, you went home? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, and then he felt a little funny. Why did Chun Mingyin go home at this time? Could it be that she wanted to catch me in the act? There was nothing to do at school, so I went home, Chun Mingyin said with some embarrassment. She felt the doubt in Yang Ming's words. Could Yang Ming have guessed the purpose of my return home? Then fortunately, I didn't do anything embarrassing with Suya at home. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Yang Ming said with a smile. You guys do your thing. We won't disturb you. Chun Mingyin was seen through by Yang Ming. She suddenly blushed and explained incoherently. Yang Ming smiled. You won't disturb. Can you join us? No, Chun Mingyin said with embarrassment. Let's not talk about this topic. Where are you? At the seaside, next to the Sanxing stone. I found your names on it, said Yang Ming. You went to the seaside. Chun Mingyin was a little puzzled. Yang Ming and Suya didn't stay at home. Why did they go to the seaside? And are you coming? Asked Yang Ming. We won't go. You guys be careful, Chun Mingyin said. I heard from the radio that there are fewer people at the seaside recently, and there are always robberies. Robberies? Yang Ming couldn't help but be stunned. This topic was too far away from him. For Yang Ming, it was already good that he didn't rob others. Who would rob him? However, Chun Mingyin's words made Yang remember an old story. When Yang Ming and Suya were in the first year of junior high school, they often came to the seaside to play early after school. At that time, they encountered a robbery. Yang Ming remembered that there were two men in black who came out of nowhere and surrounded Yang Ming and Suya. Little Yang Ming and little Suya were scared. These two people just wanted to rob money, but when they saw that little Suya was unusually beautiful and cute, they had evil thoughts. Yang Ming still vaguely remembered that it was a night in early spring. It was probably around this time that the two people pointed their knives at him and Suya. Take out all the money on you. Don't shout, or I'll stab you to death. One of the men in black raised a shiny dagger, pointed at Yang Ming, and said fiercely. At that time, Yang Ming hadn't become the king of fighting Yang Ming. He was just an ordinary junior high school student. How could he be the opponent of these two people? If it were the king of fighting Madman Yang, these two people would be directly kicked into the sea from the shore by Yang Ming. How could they be arrogant? However, Yang Ming was still a good student at that time. When he saw the two people were fierce, he didn't dare to resist. Together with Suya, he obediently handed over all the money on him. At that time, mobile phones weren't popular, so both of them didn't have mobile phones. The two robbers in black probably saw that the money Yang Ming took out was too little, so they were very unhappy. They stared at Yang Ming and Suya. Just these? You're not lying? You students are very sneaky. Are you hiding the money on your body and not willing to take it out? No, that's all. Yang Ming looked at the two people vigilantly and said, Who are you lying to? Brother, these two people aren't good people at first glance. They are dating at such a young age, and they even came to the beach for a date. Who would believe that they only have so little money in their hands? It's not even enough to get a room. One of the short robbers snorted and said to the tall robber, That's right. These children now have money, especially those who are dating. How can they not have money? The tall robber also nodded and said to Yang Ming, Kid, be honest. Take out all the money and nothing will happen to us. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. That's right. How can you pick up girls without money? Be smart and take out the money. The short robber also echoed, Let me tell you, in this dark, no one will find out even if I kill you both and throw you into the sea. No, that's all I have. Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Brother, this kid is not honest. Let's search by ourselves." The short robber obviously didn't believe Yang Ming's words. Let's search by ourselves. Kid, you come here." The tall robber shone the flashlight in his hand at Yang Ming and ordered Yang Ming, "Hey, brother, that chick is pretty good looking." The short robber saw the appearance of Suya next to Yang Ming with the help of the tall robber's flashlight. Suddenly, his lust was aroused. Such a beautiful little girl made his heart itch. Really? The tall robber was also stunned. He shone the flashlight in his hand at Suya. At first glance, she was very beautiful. He also had lust. After the robbery, these two brothers also went to indulge in wine and women. At this moment, when they saw Suya was beautiful, they also had lust. "You really look good. Chick, come here. Come a brother. What do you want to do?" Yang Ming frowned and realized that these two people may have other thoughts. He quickly blocked in front of Suya and looked at the two robbers vigilantly. "We have already given you the money. What else do you want?" "What?" "We have decided that we don't want you to go." The short robber smiled at Yang Ming. "Let me tell you, kid, I want to kill you now. You dare to kill?" Yang Ming was a little nervous. The palm of Suya's hand was sweaty. "Little girl, I'll give you two choices. One is to play with us two brothers. Then we'll let you and your little boyfriend go. Otherwise, we'll stab your boyfriend to death first, and then play with you to death. You choose?" The short robber ignored Yang Ming's words and asked Suya, "You dare?" Yang Ming had never experienced such a scene, but he only had one thought. That was to not let these people hurt Suya. "Your little girlfriend hasn't spoken yet. Why are you so anxious?" The short robber sneered and played with the dagger in his hand. It flashed a cold light under the nightlight. Chapter 1952. Yang Ming's forehead couldn't help but sweat. He was a good kid in school. He had never fought before, let alone facing these two vicious robbers with daggers in their hands. In school, Yang Ming didn't learn similar countermeasures. When facing the gangsters, what should he do? He didn't even know how to escape, because he and Suya were two high school students. How could they be the opponents of two strong robbers? Yang Ming's heart only had one thought at the moment. That was to not let Suya suffer any harm. After all, Suya was the person Yang Ming cared about the most. He had to protect Suya with his life. "Didn't you just want money? Why are you going back on your words?" asked Yang Ming. Now we have changed our mind. You shut up. Don't talk nonsense there." The short robber glared at Yang Ming. He played with the dagger in his hand again and looked at Suya. "Little girl, have you thought about it? Let us play with you, and we can save your life and your boyfriend's life. Otherwise, you all have to die. Look at you. You're dating so early. You are definitely not a virgin. You won't lose anything by playing with you. Let me tell you, my patience is limited." The tall robber didn't have too many evil thoughts, but when he heard the words of the short robber, he was very tempted. When he saw that Yang Ming and Suya still didn't make a decision, he was impatient. He sneered at them and said, "If you don't speak, I will stab this kid to death first." As he said this, the tall robber took the dagger and approached Yang Ming. "Yang Ming, you run. Don't care about me." Suya suddenly pushed Yang Ming and said. However, how could Yang Ming leave by himself and not care about Suya? Yang Ming did not know where his courage came from. He quickly crouched down, grabbed a handful of sand from the beach, and threw it at the tall and short robber. The tall robber and the short robber were caught off guard by Yang Ming. All the sand got into their eyes, and they were so angry that they screamed, "Little brat, you dare to play dirty?" The tall robber scolded, "Grandpa, I'm going to stab you to death." The short robber also picked up the knife and stabbed at Yang Ming according to his memory. Of course, Yang Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. At this time, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he picked up Suya and carried her on his shoulder. He ran like a duck on the beach. He didn't know how far he ran in one breath, but when he looked back, there was no trace of the tall and short robber. Yang Ming didn't know how he had run so far, and he was even a little surprised that he could carry a person. However, when he stopped, Yang Ming was so tired that he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He couldn't speak. Suya was moved, but she was also afraid. She cried on Yang Ming's shoulder, but her heart was warm. Yang Ming was a person who was worth relying on for a lifetime. At such a dangerous moment, Yang Ming didn't want to escape by himself, but he wanted to escape with her. The two people still had a little feeling for each other, but Yang Ming could do this for her. Suya thought, if I become his girlfriend, he will love me more and take care of me more, right? At this moment, the seed of love slowly sprouted in little Suya's heart. Although the hero saving the beauty was so vulgar and cliché, it was also the most effective scene that would never change. Every time this scene appeared, it was a touching love story. Yang Ming still didn't know that his hero, saving the beauty, had won Suya's favor. He didn't have any other thoughts at the time. He just didn't want these people to hurt Suya. But Yang Ming finally recovered. He sat on the ground and took a deep breath. I am so tired. Little you are so heavy, Poochie. Suya, who was sobbing, heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly laughed. She was a little annoyed and beat Yang Ming's shoulder with her hand. You are so annoying. I'm not fat. Do you want to hug me again? Okay. Yang Ming didn't know where he got the strength, but he hugged Suya. Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded after he did it. Suya was also a little dumbfounded. The most intimate action they usually did was to hold hands. When did they hug each other? Yang Ming hugged Suya and felt the softness of Suya's body. He was reluctant to let go. Smelling the scent of the shower gel on Suya's body, Yang Ming had an impulse to hug her for a lifetime. Suya was also a little overwhelmed by Yang Ming's sudden hug. Although Suya was shy, the feeling of being hugged by Yang Ming was very warm and comfortable, especially when she smelled the manly sweat on Yang Ming's body. Suya felt very happy. Yang Ming's sweat was for her. However, at this time, Yang Ming and Suya hadn't been poisoned by some third-rate TV series. Besides hugging, they didn't know what else to do. Otherwise, many things would be logical. After a long time, the two reluctantly separated. Am I heavy? This was the first sentence that Suya said after she was put down by Yang Ming. Oh, so heavy, but I can carry you. I like to carry you. Yang Ming didn't know if this was a confession of love. In short, after saying it, he felt a little embarrassed. Then, I'll let you carry me in the future. Suya was also a little shy. However, it was late that day, and the two people were frightened. After a while, Yang Ming sent Suya home. From then on, Yang Ming and Suya didn't dare to go to the beach for a while. Later, it was summer, and there were more people. Even if they went, they didn't dare to stay until late. Generally, they would leave when the sky was just dark. This incident had passed for many years. If it wasn't for Chun Ming-yen suddenly mentioning it, Yang Ming would have even forgotten about it. Yeah, Chun Ming-yen said, I saw on TV that there are always some robbers on the beach. The police waited several times, but they didn't catch those criminal suspects. It is said that those people are very cunning and have good eyesight. They specifically target some young couples. When they encounter tourists who are suspected to be police officers disguised as tourists, they will also disguise themselves as tourists. If that's the case, then I will catch them when I see them, Yang Ming said with a smile. Chun Ming-yen realized that she was a little worried. Yang Ming was an agent. He had a very powerful skill. How could he be afraid of a few small thieves? Moreover, Yang Ming could even kill the boxing champion of the underground arena, Feng Sibiao, with one punch, let alone those robbers. This reminder was a little unnecessary. Chapter 1953. In fact, after Chun Ming-yen learned of this news, she wanted to remind Yang Ming, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jian not to go to those dangerous places and bring trouble to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of these. How could he be afraid of a few robbers? My reminder is superfluous. Then, you and Sister Suya have fun. We will prepare a meal at home and wait for you to come back. Chun Ming-yen said with a smile. That's not it. You care about me. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. We will go back in a while. Chen Mingyan also smiled slightly and hung up the phone. Is it Mingyan who called? After Yang Ming hung up the phone, Suya asked. And it's her. Yang Ming nodded. She, Jia, and Sister Lin have arrived home. I think they seem to want to catch us in the act. Suya was suddenly embarrassed, but she knew in her heart that Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jia, and Lin Jian didn't come to catch us in the act. She had already agreed with them on the phone. She looked at them, and they would look at her in the future. Of course, Suya couldn't tell Yang Ming about this agreement, because it was too embarrassing after all. She couldn't say it out loud. In fact, you will know about Mingyan when you have more contact with her. She can bring Jia and Sister Lin back happily to catch us in the act. It also shows that she has accepted you in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an attitude. Yang Ming said with a smile. And I know, Mingyan is a very good girl, so I told you that you have to cherish her. Suya nodded and said sincerely, You're all good girls. I'm the only bad guy. Yang Ming smiled. You still know that you were a bad guy? Suya also smiled. Right, what did Mingyan just say? What robbery? Mingyan said that there were robbers here. Yang Ming remembered the previous night when he was in junior high school. He and Suya encountered robbers. You could still laugh when there are robbers? Suya rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. It's not like we haven't encountered it before. Yang Ming said with a smile. You don't remember the scene when we encountered robbers at the beach before? Of course, how can I not remember? Suya's heart moved. She looked at the other hand, and she looked at him. You carried on, you to run so far. I don't know where you've got the stamina, but I didn't know where you got your stamina. I calculated it to run. That's because I was afraid that you would be hurt by those people. Yang Ming spread his hands and said indifferently, Now I can carry you and run 10 kilometers without a problem. Wasn't that in the past? At that time, you weren't as powerful as you are now. You were so small. I was so touched. Suya pursed her lips and said, Do you know, I really fell in love with you from then on. So you didn't love me before, and you were just teasing me. Yang Ming looked at Suya with a bitter smile. No, I only had good feelings before. There is still a gap between love, okay? Suya stared at Yang Ming. But you said that I started over again? Then let's try hugging again. Yang Ming suddenly wanted to relive the feeling of that night. Okay. Suya nodded and closed her eyes. Yang Ming hugged Suya, held her in his arms, and gently kissed her lips. Suya was also very engrossed and moved. This scene also reminded her of those days in the past. You two, stop kissing. Take out all the valuable things on you. Suddenly, Yang Ming and Suya were interrupted by a roar. Yang Ming was suddenly a little unhappy. He put Suya down from his arms and looked up in the direction of the sound. Yang Ming didn't expect Chen Mingyan to be so accurate. I really encounter a robbery. This is simply a coincidence, right? Robbery. Yang Ming glanced at the two men in front of him and felt that they were familiar. He seemed to have seen them somewhere before. You are quite eye-catching. If you are smart, take out the money quickly. If you don't want to be stabbed, be quick. One of the short robbers shouted at Yang Ming. Oh, Yang Ming frowned. These two people seemed to be thinking of this. Yang Ming couldn't help but turn to Suya. Suya, do you think they are familiar? Oh, when you say so, it seems that they are a bit familiar. Suya also frowned. She felt that these two robbers were very familiar. She seemed to have seen them somewhere before. Hey, brother, you think this chick is quite pretty? The short robber looked at Suya. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted at the tall robber. This short robber had been in the robbing business for many years. He had played with many women who were robbed, but there was no one as beautiful as Suya in front of him. So when the short robber saw Suya's appearance, his lust was suddenly aroused. Such a beautiful chick made his heart itch. Really? The tall robber was also a master of lust. After listening to the words of the short robber, he also looked at Suya. At first glance, he found that this chick was really very beautiful. He also had lust. His brain was filled with lust. He looked at Suya and nodded. You really look good. Chick, come here. Come to your brother. What do you want to do? Yang Ming didn't expect that after so many years, he still had the opportunity to take revenge. The same place, the same people, but the strong side changed the direction. What do we want to do? To tell you the truth, the two of us like your wife. If we don't want to be stabbed, be honest. Let your wife play with us. Otherwise, as he spoke until here, the short robber looked at Yang Ming threateningly and said, "Don't make my good brother unhappy. Otherwise, I will kill you now." "Oh, you want to kill me?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at the two robbers. There was a trace of pity in his mouth. After so many years, they were still robbers. It was really a small world. These two robbers were the two robbers that Yang Ming met at the seaside. One tall and one short robber. What Yang Ming didn't expect was that after so many years, these two people were still robbers, and they hadn't been caught by the police. He didn't know if they were released after going in, or these two people were more cunning. But no matter what, today they fell into Yang Ming's hands. Yang Ming naturally had to settle the new and old hatred with them. However, these two robbers didn't realize the danger of Yang Ming. They regarded Yang Ming as a young couple who could succeed every time they robbed. In their view, Yang Ming wasn't a threat to them at all. Chapter 1954. Therefore, the short robber still threatened Xia recklessly. "Little girl, I will give you two choices. One is to play with us, and we will let you and your boyfriend go. Otherwise, we will stab your boyfriend to death first, and then we will play with you to death. You choose. You want to stab me to death?" Yang Ming looked at the two robbers with a smile and asked faintly, "Nonsense. If your girlfriend doesn't cooperate, I will stab you to death on the spot." The tall robber also threatened, "I am not afraid to tell you that we have been on the beach for many years, and we have never made any mistakes. The number of people who have been stabbed to death by us is at least 8, if not 10. You choose yourself." "Oh, then you can stab me to death," Yang Ming said, and stood there with an expression that said, "Come at me." "Huh?" Yang Ming's attitude made the two robbers a little stunned. There is such a person? Is he not afraid of death? Why is he standing here and letting us stab him? Is this person really not afraid of death? Or is there something wrong with his brain? Or is he deliberately pretending to not care about his life? Because there was a saying, the strong are afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Now that Yang Ming showed that he didn't care about his life, the tall and short robbers thought, is this Yang Ming deliberately pretending? In order to show how badass he is, so that we will be afraid and let them go? Thinking of this, the tall robber smiled. "Don't be afraid of him. This kid is pretending." "Damn, I already said that there is a problem." When the short robber heard that the tall robber also had the same idea as him, he suddenly felt relieved. He pointed the dagger at Yang Ming and said, "Kid, I tell you, you don't have to pretend with me. We have seen a lot of people like you who are stupid and don't care about their lives. Do you know the result?" "I don't know." Yang Ming shook his head. "Then we will stab you to death and throw you into the sea." The short robber threatened Yang Ming. "This sea is full of sharks. If we throw your body in, you won't even find your bones." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Ming naturally wouldn't believe the words of these two robbers. They were obviously bluffing. Looking at their appearances, they didn't look like they had killed people. It was quite scary, but in fact, they were completely nonsense. "Why are you so long-winded? What's your choice?" The short man glared at him and said impatiently, "I chose to let you stab me to death. Are you forgetful or deaf?" Yang Ming looked at the short robber mockingly and said lightly, "Fuck your second uncle." After being scolded by Yang Ming, the short man was furious. He looked at the tall robber and said, "Brother, what should we do? Should we kill him?" The tall robber was in a dilemma. They were here to rob, but they were not here to kill. They weren't idiots. If they killed someone, it would be a big problem, and the police would definitely investigate it thoroughly. But robbing was different. Many victims were afraid of revenge. They said it was scary, but they didn't dare to say anything afterward. They could only swallow their anger. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of being scared at all. Instead, he went against them. This made them not know what to do. Looking at the beautiful Suya, the tall robber gritted his teeth. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. They weren't going to let this beautiful girl go today. Since her boyfriend wanted to die, then they would satisfy him. So, the tall robber nodded to the short robber. The short robber picked up the dagger in his hand and stabbed directly at Yang Ming. He had already made a decision. He wanted to kill Yang Ming, then throw his body into the sea. He might not be discovered by the police. Maybe he would have been eaten by sharks long ago. And this girl, after playing with her, he couldn't keep her. He had to kill her. She was so beautiful. It was a pity to kill her, but it was worth it for a night of ecstasy. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. You go to hell. The short robber was determined to kill Yang Ming. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the dagger in his hand was gone. Hey, where's my dagger? Why is it gone? The short robber was preparing to stab Yang Ming to death, but he was surprised to find that the dagger in his hand disappeared into thin air. He widened his eyes and looked at his hand. Did it fall to the ground? Did you see my dagger? The short robber widened his eyes and looked at the tall robber. Suya looked at the short robber's helpless look. She suddenly found it funny and covered her mouth because the dagger in the short robber's hand had already run into Yang Ming's hand. This time, when they encountered robbers, Suya's mood was completely different from a few years ago. At that time, both of them were children. After encountering robbers, they couldn't resist at all. They could only beg for mercy and run away. But now, Suya was very confident in Yang Ming's skill. He could even kill the underground boxing king in seconds. Moreover, he was an international assassin. Wouldn't dealing with two robbers be a piece of cake? I saw, the tall robber said with some astonishment. His tone was a little stuttering. He had never seen such a strange thing, because Yang Ming didn't seem to make a move before, and the dagger in the short robber's hand had already run into his hand. How'd he do it? How'd he do it? The dagger seemed to disappear into thin air, and then appeared in Yang Ming's hand out of thin air. The speed was so fast and strange that the tall robber thought he saw a ghost. Where is it? Tell me quickly. The short robber didn't hear the fear in the tall robber's voice. He frowned and asked impatiently. In his hand, the tall robber pointed at Yang Ming and said in surprise, What? In his hand? What do you mean? The short robber didn't understand the meaning of the tall robber's words. He means that the dagger is with me. Yang Ming explained to the short robber, Here, I'll return it to you. As Yang Ming spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed the dagger at the short robber. Why is this dagger in your hand? How is it possible? It's impossible? The short robber widened his eyes and looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. I also think it's very strange. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. My hand is cheap. You ran over, and I subconsciously took your dagger. I'm really sorry. I'll return it to you quickly. You can stab me to death. Chapter 1955. The short robber stared at Yang Ming. He couldn't speak as he trembled. Did he snatch the dagger? How fast is this? Why didn't I feel it? Me. Yang Ming said, What happened to me? Did you recognize me? Yang Ming's words made the two robbers stunned. What do you mean you recognized me? Could it be that Yang Ming has another identity? You're a police officer? A horrifying thought appeared in the tall robber's heart. It was no wonder that he thought so. Yang Ming was so powerful, and he wasn't afraid of the two robbers. Was he an ordinary person? Moreover, Yang Ming also asked them if they recognized him. Then he was probably a police officer. The two brothers also knew that although some of the victims didn't dare to report the case, some people would still report the case. Therefore, the police still got some clues and carried out several surprise operations. They disguised themselves as couples and strolled around here. However, these two people were very alert. They could distinguish those who disguised as police officers. If there was something wrong, they would stop the crime for a period of time. They weren't caught by the police. Now that Yang Ming said so, they naturally regarded Yang Ming as a police officer who caught them. No. Yang Ming shook his head and denied their guess. Yang Ming's answer made the two robbers somewhat inexplicable. He wasn't a police officer? If he wasn't a police officer, why did he ask this question? Why did he ask something like, "You recognize me?" Of course, they didn't think that Yang Ming would lie to them. He was obviously a police officer, but he said that he wasn't. Because in this case, the two of them were caught red-handed in the middle of the robbery. It was impossible to deny it. Therefore, if Yang Ming was a police officer, he would definitely recognize them directly and then bring them to justice. As long as Yang Ming pulled out the gun, even if the two of them were powerful, they wouldn't dare to resist. After all, although the two of them were confident in their skills, they were no match for guns. Since Yang Ming said that he was not a police officer, the two of them were relieved. They became ruthless, thinking that as long as they killed Yang Ming, there would be no more problems. So he said, "Then what's the point of asking this? You're not a police officer, and you're asking us if we know you? Could it be that you're a big shot?" His words were also testing Yang Ming's background. If Yang Ming was really a relatively famous person, then if he killed Yang Ming and Yang Ming went missing, the matter would still be blown up, and he would not be able to get away with it. "So you didn't recognize me?" Yang Ming was a little disappointed. "But I recognized you." "You recognize us? What do you mean?" The tall and short robber looked at Yang Ming in confusion. "You know us. A few years ago, on this beach, you robbed me. Did you forget? What you said then is almost the same as what you said now." Yang Ming reminded him. "Oh, a few years ago we also robbed you? What you said is almost the same." The short robber was stunned and said, "You said that your girlfriend was played by us before? That's great. You won't lose anything if you play again. Why are you still making excuses here? Do you really want to die?" Yang Ming's words made the short robber feel a lot more relaxed. In his opinion, Yang Ming's girlfriend was so beautiful. If he had robbed her a few years ago, there was no reason to let her go. She must have been played by the two brothers. As a result, he was more confident in his heart. He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would play any tricks. "Never played." Yang Ming shook his head and looked at the short robber with some sympathy. "Your memory seems to be really bad. Never played? How is this possible? With her appearance, I definitely can't let go of her, right?" The short robber was obviously stunned. He couldn't figure it out, but he suddenly exclaimed, "Yes, I know. Your previous girlfriend isn't her. The previous one was played by us, so you dumped her. You changed to a new one. Am I right? Ha ha ha." When the short robber figured it out, he was immediately happy with his intelligence. "I'm really a genius. I can figure out such a complicated reasoning in an instant. It doesn't seem right." Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Not right. It shouldn't be." The short robber looked at Yang Ming with some doubts. "Oh, I know. You know again?" Yang Ming was a little surprised. "I know. That is, you have two wives?" The short robber thought about it and said, "Wow, you are really smart. You are so smart." Yang Ming was even more surprised. "However, I have more than two wives. I have many wives." "Hey, so you're quite rich. Are you a rich second generation?" The short robber thought of Yang Ming's identity and suddenly muttered, "It seems that killing Yang Ming is not enough. This kid has many wives. At first glance, he is a rich young master who flirts with countless girls." "No." Yang Ming shook his head. "I have a little money, but not much." So, the short robber was confused again. A little money, not much? So, is this kid a gigolo? Thinking of this, the short robber said, "Are you a gigolo? You see that I am so black. Am I a gigolo?" Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. "Then what are you? Are you a ball?" The short robber was going crazy. "The one you saw last time was also her, not others, but we ran away. I also scattered sand on your face. Have you forgotten?" Yang Ming was almost done playing, so he told the short robber the truth. "You are a failure as a robber. You have forgotten the shame. Fuck, it's you, little bastard." After the short robber was reminded by Yang Ming, he finally remembered who the person in front of him was. "Brother, it's this kid. I remember now. It was this little bastard who scattered us with sand. That's how you got your red-eye disease." The tall robber also recognized Yang Ming and suddenly jumped 3 feet high. "Yes, I remember too. Kid, we looked for you for a month, but you never came to the beach again. If you didn't mention it, we would have forgotten about it. But since you said it, then let's settle the new and old accounts together. Today, you can't leave. The same trick is invalid for Saint Seiya, and it is also invalid for us brothers. Don't expect to use the same trick to deal with us. The short robber also said, Kid, just wait for me to die. Don't even think about escaping. Chapter 1956. I didn't think about running away at all. If I wanted to run away, I would have run away already. Why would I be here talking nonsense with you? Yang Ming smiled and looked at the short robber. His face was full of ridicule. Humph, you can't run away even if you want to. The short robber sneered. Brother, let's kill him today. Okay. The tall robber also nodded. There was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Then the two of them approached Yang Ming together. Fortunately, I am prepared. Don't think that you can take my dagger with a magic trick. I will let you see my means. The tall robber took out a stun baton from his pocket and pressed the button. The stun baton emitted a terrifying spark. It was scary. I will let you taste the taste of being electrocuted alive. The short robber also took out a stun baton. The dagger was just to scare people. To deal with ordinary people, as long as they took out the dagger, the other party was already obedient. However, to deal with some ruthless people, they still had a backup plan. Otherwise, how could they succeed every time when they had been on the beach for so many years? They always had to meet some ruthless people. Wouldn't they be beaten up? Of course, being beaten up was a small matter. If they were beaten up and handed over to the police, then they would be miserable. Therefore, they also had a unique skill. To deal with such people, they used the stun baton. Of course, they had been doing business for so many years without any capital. They could buy a gun if they wanted to, but after all, if the gun was used, it was easy to cause a big problem. If they injured people with a gun, even if the person did not call the police and went to the hospital for treatment, the hospital would call the police. When the police investigated, they were afraid that they had no other choice but to run away. However, it was fine to use the stun baton to hurt people. If the victim went to the hospital for treatment, the hospital would not call the police. Most of the victims just had to admit that they were unlucky. The two brothers could still get away with it. Therefore, they liked to use the stun baton. It was lethal, but it was not too dangerous. The tall robber and the short robber looked at each other and smiled. Then, they raised the stun baton and stabbed at Yang Ming. A sneer appeared at the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. With this method, you still want to threaten people? When the tall robber and the short robber were close to each other, Yang Ming suddenly raised his leg and directly kicked the acupuncture point on the tall robber's wrist. The tall robber's hand suddenly paused and suddenly changed direction uncontrollably. He directly stabbed the stun baton on the short robber's body. The short robber suddenly let out a scream. Then, his whole body began to tremble, and he started to dance to the disco. What the fuck are you doing? Do you want to electrocute me to death? The short robber screamed. The voltage of the stun baton was controlled just right. It could make people feel pain, but it wouldn't make them faint. This was also the voltage threshold set by the tall and short robber, because he was afraid of killing people. However, today was the first time he used it on one of his own people. The tall robber was shocked. He quickly let go of the button and looked at the short robber in horror. I didn't do it on purpose. This kid kicked me and made my arm crooked. The short robber trembled from the electric shock. He couldn't stand steadily. He glanced at Yang Ming and said with a grimace, Kid, you don't have to be cocky. When I electrocute you, you will know what it feels like. Although the short robber also thought that Yang Ming's skill was good, he thought that he had the stun baton in his hand. As long as he was brave and ruthless, he should be able to electrocute Yang Ming. As a result, the short robber launched a second round of attacks on Yang Ming. He waved the stun baton and rushed toward Yang Ming. The tall robber did the same. This time, he learned to be smart. He didn't stand side by side with the short robber to avoid being accidentally injured by Yang Ming again. However, the skills of these two people were like floating clouds to Yang Ming. They couldn't even be called opponents. The reason why Yang Ming played with them was because he remembered the past with Suya. He felt that it was a little exciting. so he let them stay until now. Otherwise, Yang Ming would have kicked them into the sea one by one. Looking at the two people's angry expressions, Xia also felt that it was enough, so she said to Yang Ming, "Okay, don't mess with them. Do we still have to go somewhere else?" Yang Ming nodded after listening to Suya's words. Then, he kicked the tall robber's lower abdomen. The tall robber flew out and fell heavily into the sea with a plop. He couldn't get up for a long time. On this side, Yang Ming's hands were not idle. When the short robber approached, he threw a punch and directly hit the short robber's outstretched hand. With a kacha sound, he directly broke the robber's arm. "Your IQ is really too low. I was robbed by you once, and I still dare to stand here and talk to you instead of running away. Don't you realize anything?" Yang Ming also ignored the short robber's wail. He took the opportunity to hit him a few times, and he couldn't move. The short robber was a little surprised. When Yang Ming came over, he wanted to run away, but after being touched by Yang Ming a few times, his hands and feet didn't seem to work. If it wasn't for the piercing pain in his broken arm, he would even think that his hands and feet weren't his own. "What happened to me? What happened to me? What did you do to me? Why can't my hands and feet move? What the hell is going on?" The short robber shouted in horror. Yang Ming didn't care about him. After sealing his acupuncture points, he walked toward the tall robber. As for the tall robber, when he saw that the situation wasn't right, he wanted to run. He didn't care that his clothes were wet. He jumped out of the sea and looked at the short robber who was motionless on the ground. He hesitated. This wasn't the time to talk about brotherhood. If he didn't run now, he was afraid that he couldn't run away anymore. So, he shouted, "Brother, it's not that I don't care about you, but I can't take care of myself. I will run first. You have to hold on." When the short robber heard that he was abandoned, he suddenly felt sad in his heart. However, he knew until now that what the tall robber said was also the truth. The kid in front of him was too strange. Forget about his kung fu. The key problem was that he just casually hit him a few times, and he couldn't move. What kind of strange trick is this? Why have I never seen it before? Just by tapping a few times, he was able to immobilize a person. Chapter 1957. Could it be? A terrible idea emerged in his mind. As soon as this idea came out, he continued to be shocked uncontrollably. Could it be that Yang Ming was a martial arts master? Was it the method he used just now was the acupuncture point? Thinking of this possibility, the short robber trembled all over. "Hero, please spare me. I know I was wrong." Although Yang Ming heard his words, he didn't have time to say anything to him at the moment. Instead, he looked at the tall robber who was about to escape. With a shake of his hand, a flying needle shot out. It went directly into the tall robber's body. He suddenly screamed and fell into the sea, gulping down seawater. Yang Ming walked over and directly grabbed the back of his collar. He took him out of the sea and threw him on the beach. "Why? Do you still want to run?" "But unfortunately, I never intended to let you run." The tall robber was pulled up by Yang Ming. It was like an eagle catching a chicken. He suddenly trembled all over. "Hero, please spare me. We were blind. We didn't know that you had achieved great success in just a few years. Please spare me." Yang Ming was speechless about the tall robber's words. These two robbers didn't seem to have high IQs. Yang Ming kicked the tall robber up and landed next to the short robber. "You two have been doing this for a long time. You haven't been in the police station for so many years. Then I'll help you and let you play in the police station." The tall and short robber was a little dumbfounded after listening to Yang Ming's words. They didn't expect Yang Ming to send them to the police station. "Hero, please spare me. We went our separate ways. You have already taught us a lesson. Let us go." "Oh, if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have remembered. Now that you said it, I feel that I haven't beaten you enough. I still have to continue to work hard." As Yang Ming said, he picked up the two electric batons on the beach and said, "I haven't played with electric barbecue yet. You just gave me inspiration. I want to see what electric barbecue looks like." "No, please don't." The short robber saw Yang Ming pick up the electric baton and was suddenly scared. He had just tasted the feeling of being electrocuted by the electric baton. It was really a life and death experience. If he was electrocuted again, he would rather die. Hero, please spare me. Hero, don't electrocute me. I have heart disease. I will be electrocuted. At that time, you can't get away. You will become a murderer. The tall robber shouted. He was afraid that Yang Ming would call him. Oh! After Yang Ming listened to the words of the tall robber, he fell into deep thought. If I kill you, I can't get away with it. Yes, yes. You think about it. At that time, you deliberately killed people. The tall robber thought that Yang Ming was scared, so he nodded quickly. Oh, I know. Yang Ming nodded. Unfortunately, I killed 2 robbers a year ago. Not only was I not implicated, but I was also praised. They said that I was justified in self-defense. The tall robber was stunned, but then he quickly said, that's not the same. It must be the 2 robbers who attacked you and were killed by you, so you are fine. You are justified in self-defense. But the 2 of us have already surrendered. If you kill us again, it is not justified in self-defense. Oh, what you said makes sense. Yang Ming nodded and looked at the tall robber with a smile. You know quite a lot. Of course, we robbers are also very proficient in the law. The tall robber nodded proudly. Oh, so that's it. Yang Ming smiled and said, but it's useless. If it was a year ago, I might be afraid to kill you. But now, even if I kill you, it's fine. The tall robber was stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Ming meant. Yang Ming didn't answer. He directly turned on the stun baton and stabbed the tall robber. Your brother has already tasted this. This time it's your turn. The tall robber screamed and began to tremble with the current. Oh. After a while, Yang Ming found that the tall robber wasn't electrocuted to death. He felt a little bored, so he handed the stun baton to Suya. Do you want to play? I don't want to play. It's boring. Suya shook her head. She didn't have violent tendencies. Oh, then I will increase the voltage and see if I can electrocute them. Yang Ming began to study the stun baton. Oh no, the short robber screamed. Aren't you going to send us to the police station? You should be sensible. If you hurt us and send us to the police station, you will definitely not have a good time. You can't escape the responsibility. If you dare to electrocute us again, you will let us go. Otherwise, we brothers will sue you for intentional injury. Yes. The tall robber felt that the short robber made sense. He quickly agreed. You have to let us go now. Otherwise, we brothers will sue you for intentional injury, even if we have to go to jail. You are really long-winded. Yang Ming stuffed the stun baton into the tall robber's mouth and pressed the button. In an instant, there was a smell of something burning. The tall robber rolled his eyes directly and was stunned by the stun baton. The short robber didn't expect Yang Ming to be so unscrupulous. He even dared to use the stun baton to teach them a lesson. He was suddenly anxious. If you dare to mess with us again, I will call the police and arrest you. Oh, well, then you should call the police. It just so happens that I am tired of playing. You can call the police yourself. You can save me some phone bills. Yang Ming said, If you have the ability, then you call the police. We call the police ourselves? Isn't that a fool? The short robber said, if you don't dare to call the police, then let us go quickly. Don't cause trouble for yourself. You made us like this now. You won't be able to bear the consequences when the time comes. Forget it. I won't talk nonsense with you. I will call the police myself. Yang Ming shook his head and dialed Xia Shui's phone. Xia Shui hadn't contacted Yang Ming for a while. For Yang Ming, Xia Shui didn't know what kind of mentality she should have when facing him. The 2 people went from the initial hostile, intense relationship to a friendship later on. After that, they carried out missions together and developed a somewhat ambiguous friendship that was better than ordinary friends. However, since she had some small ambiguity with Yang Ming at the Wang family's base, after Xia Shui returned safely, the contact with Yang Ming became weaker and weaker. The interaction between the 2 people became less and less. Chapter 1958. Sometimes Xia Shui wanted to call Yang Ming and ask him what he was doing, but she didn't know what reason to call him. Could it be that Yang Ming, this long-term meal ticket, hadn't treated her to a meal for a long time. As she gradually matured, Xia Shui was no longer the little girl who just came to work in the police force. Instead, she shouldered the heavy burden of a leader of the police force. Her whole person had become more mature and capable. If she had to say those words to Yang Ming again, Xia Shui really couldn't say it. And Yang Ming seemed to be growing as well. Listening to her brother say that Yang Ming had made a contribution again, Xia Shui also sighed in her heart. My life trajectory is getting further and further away from him. Sometimes, Xia Shui would recall the bits and pieces between herself and Yang Ming. From the beginning, when she misunderstood Yang Ming in the interrogation room, to later understanding and accepting Yang Ming and becoming good friends with him. Thinking about the past, it was really beautiful. Yang Ming pushed her in the police station and was seen by Chun Fei. She and Yang Ming squatted in the big truck together. Pretending to be a young couple to catch Chun Afu, she drank with Yang Ming at the Wang family's base. And something almost happened after that. Xia Shui didn't know if she liked Yang Ming, but this was a boy that she didn't reject in her heart. If it was possible to take a step further, Xia Shui thought that she wouldn't reject it. However, thinking about Yang Ming, he was really fickle. Even if he had some special abilities that were valued by her brother, he couldn't be like this. I really don't know how Chen Mingyan tolerated it. Now it seems that she doesn't care very much. Xia Shui was a little dizzy. Although she wasn't a stubborn person who couldn't accept this situation, she just felt a little uncomfortable. However, a while ago, her brother suddenly told her that he would go to Yunnan with Yang Ming to perform a mission. Xia Shui's heart was inexplicably excited. Although she also knew that this trip to Yunnan would be very dangerous, Xia Shui didn't know why she felt very at ease with Yang Ming's company. It was as if Yang Ming would hold up the sky, even if it collapsed. She was looking forward to it. She even couldn't wait. Xia Bingbao was very surprised that his sister actually agreed to this mission so quickly. In the past, he wanted to arrange for his sister to enter the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, but she didn't agree. She wanted to be a policewoman herself. Why was it so easy now? Xia Bingbao thought that he had to use his father's words to pressure Xia Shui. Now it seemed that it was unnecessary. Xia Shui didn't say anything and agreed. In fact, Xia Shui to the mission, to the trip with Yang, was a trip. After agreeing, Xia Shui thought, since I'm going to perform the mission with Yang Ming, I'm also considered a teammate. No matter what, the two of us need to cultivate tacit understanding and feelings in advance, right? This way, they could better perform the mission. Before leaving, Yang Ming should at least invite me for a meal to reward me as a teammate. However, after waiting for a long time, Xia Shui didn't receive a call from Yang Ming. Xia Shui was a little disappointed. When she was on the phone with her brother, she asked about Yang Ming's recent situation intentionally or unintentionally. She learned that Yang Ming didn't have any missions recently, but was preparing for his departure in Songjiang City. She was a little confused. This damn Yang Ming. Why didn't he discuss it with me before he left? He even said that he was my long-term meal ticket. If that was the case, I would have starved to death. Therefore, Xia Shui was very angry. She wanted to find Yang Ming to reason with him, but she was too embarrassed to take the initiative to call Yang Ming. Could it be that the call was to ask Yang Ming to treat her to a meal? This Xia Shui couldn't open her mouth. When Xia Shui was very confused, she received a call from Yang Ming. It had to be said that Xia Shui's heart was a little overjoyed. Hello, I'm Xia Shui from the Criminal Investigation Team. Although Xia Shui was very excited, her face was the same as usual. She didn't show any inappropriate behavior, but she spoke in a formal manner. I'm Yang Ming. Yang Ming thought that Xia Shui didn't see the caller ID, so he didn't mind. Are you free now? Oh, let me see. Xia Shui was surprised. Yang Ming is willing to ask me out? However, she still pretended to look at the work list. After a while, she said, I don't have anything to do now. What do you want to do? Then, why don't you come to the beach? Said Yang Ming. Beach? Xia Shui's heart moved. Why does Yang Ming want to ask me to go to the beach? Is he looking for me to go on a date? Thinking of this, Xia Shui's heart was nervous and excited. Now, I caught 2 robbers. They should be repeat offenders. You come and receive them. Yang Ming said. Ah, Xia Shui was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming caught two robbers? He asked me to go to receive the robbers, not to ask me out? Xia Shui was a little annoyed, but she couldn't vent it to Yang Ming because Yang Ming didn't do anything wrong. It was reasonable for him to ask her to receive the robbers. It was just that she misunderstood. Xia Shui was very angry, but she could only endure her anger and said to Yang Ming, "Okay, I got it. I will bring people over now." Along the way, Xia Shui's face was very gloomy, so the police officers who were on duty with Xia Shui thought that some serious case had happened. They didn't dare to say anything and followed Xia Shui to the beach. Everyone was on alert with their hands on their guns, looking around vigilantly. However, after Xia Shui got out of the car, she recovered her smile. "Yang Ming, I haven't seen you for a long time. We just met, and you're already looking for trouble for me? Isn't this helping you catch the criminals? It is reasonable to say that this matter isn't under our department at all." Yang Ming also smiled. "If I didn't consider giving you some credit, I would have executed these two people directly when they robbed me. I wouldn't have waited for you." The short robber couldn't help but be stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. What does Yang Ming mean? In front of the police, he dares to say that he wants to kill me? His courage is really big, right? However, he didn't recognize the situation in front of him, but he shouted to Xia Shui, "Police comrade, I want to report." "What do you want to report?" Xia Shui was stunned. She looked inexplicably at the two robbers who were knocked to the ground by Yang Ming. "I want to report this person. He used lynching indiscriminately and deliberately hurt us. Not only did he beat us, but after we were captured, he also used a stun baton to shock us." The short robber shouted, "Oh, then you really have to rejoice. It's good that he didn't kill you." Xia Shui nodded and said, "His department is better than mine. I can't control him. If he killed you on the spot, it would be for nothing. Who asked you to attack the agent?" Chapter 1959. Attack an agent? The tall and short robber was a little dumbfounded. How did I become the one who attacked an agent? Aren't these two people ordinary lovers? They were still students a few years ago, and now they are agents? How is this possible? However, the words of the police couldn't be deceiving them, right? The two robbers suddenly withered and didn't speak. It seemed that this time they really kicked an iron plate. The two people were a little sad. Looking at Yang Ming staring at him like a tiger, the short robber was suddenly scared. He remembered Xia Shui's words. Even if he killed you on the spot, it would be useless. He quickly begged Xia Shui, "Police comrade, you have to save me." Why is he looking at me with that kind of eyes? Does he want to kill me? Xia Shui was a little dumbfounded. She waved her hand impatiently and let her subordinates take the tall and short robber to the police car first. Then, she turned to look at Yang Ming. However, when she saw the girl next to Yang Ming, she was stunned. Who is this? Why haven't I seen her before? Is she Yang Ming's new girlfriend? However, why is Yang Ming alone with her at the beach? Does Chen Mingyan know? Thinking of this, Xia Shui felt a little injustice for Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming is going to leave soon. Why isn't he concentrating on accompanying his girlfriend at home? Why did he come to the beach to pick up girls? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Yang Ming, aren't you going to introduce her to me? Xia Shui's heart was a little sour. Her words were a little displeased. Anyway, now that her colleagues had already boarded the car, she was the only one left here. Xia Shui didn't care. This is Suya, my first girlfriend." Yang Ming introduced her to Xia Shui generously. Anyway, Suya was using Suya's appearance, so he wasn't afraid that Xia Shui would see any clues. Xia Shui was stunned after listening to Yang Ming's introduction. First girlfriend? The one opposite is Yang Ming's first girlfriend? Wasn't his first girlfriend Chen Mingyan? Even if it wasn't Chen Mingyan, it should be Lin Jiyun, right? Why was there another first love? What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui's strange reaction and asked with some doubt. Nothing. Wasn't your first love Chen Mingyan? Xia Shui also intentionally mentioned Chen Mingyan's name in front of Suya. It was also to bring some ill feelings to Suya. No, she was earlier than Mingyan. Mingyan also knew about it. How could Yang Ming not understand Xia Shui's meaning? Therefore, he simply explained generously. Chen Mingyan knows? Xia Shui was stunned and said with some jealousy, "You have quite a lot of girlfriends?" Hee, it's all right. Yang Ming nodded. Then, you continue with your work. I'm leaving. Xia Shui saw that Yang Ming didn't seem to put her in his eyes at all. She stomped her feet with some resentment, turned and left, and walked to the police car. Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui's back and sighed. Yang Ming wasn't a fool about Xia Shui's thoughts. Now, Yang Ming had matured a lot. He could grasp a girl's thoughts more accurately than before. However, although Yang Ming knew Xia Shui's thoughts, he didn't say much. After all, now wasn't the time to comfort Xia Shui. Never mind that there was nothing between him and Xia Shui. Their relationship was just a little ambiguous. Even if there was something, there were so many things at home now. How could Yang Ming have time to accompany Xia Shui? In fact, when he went to Yunnan to perform the mission, he had to be with Xia Shui. He had time to accompany her on the road. How could Yang Ming waste the little time at home? She likes you. Looking at Xia Shui's back as she left, Suya looked at Yang Ming, smiled, and asked. It should be. Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded. He was going to Yunnan soon. Since Suya had seen through some things, Yang Ming didn't have to hide it from her. It could be said that Suya was the person who knew most of his secrets. Yang Ming instinctively had a sense of intimacy with her. Even if Xiao Qing and Xia Bingbao knew that he could see through things, they definitely didn't know that he could disguise himself. This was Yang Ming's ultimate trump card. Yang Ming wouldn't easily show it to others. Then, do you like her? Asked Xia. Yang Ming smiled, but he didn't hide it and nodded. I have some feelings. Then, before you leave, you should spend more time with her. Xia wasn't jealous. Instead, she advised Yang Ming. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it after you leave. That won't happen. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. This time, Xia Shui is going to Yunnan with me. Do you think I still need to accompany her? She is going with you? Are you serious? Suya was stunned. She looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. Aren't you going to perform a very dangerous mission? She is a policewoman, not an agent. How can she be with you? Although she's not a special agent, her brother is my immediate superior, and her family seems to be working in my department. She's the only exception, so it seems that her family is preparing for her to go out and gain experience. Yang Ming still had a general understanding of Xia Shui's life experience, but he learned this from Xia Bingbao later. As for before, Yang Ming really didn't expect Xia Shui to have such a background. When he saw Xia Shui's second uncle driving a taxi in the city, Yang Ming just thought that Xia Shui was from an ordinary family. He only knew a little about it when he met Xia Bingbao later. I see. I didn't expect her to have such a big background. Xia nodded. Over the years, you have known a lot of girls, and each of them is very good. Are you angry? Yang Ming knew that Suya wasn't angry. If she was angry, she wouldn't say this. Since Suya could say this, it showed that she had accepted all this calmly in her heart. How can it be? I'm not by your side. I can't accompany you. They just happened to replace me. Suya shrugged. However, I really regret it. If I knew there would be such a day, I would have quit the entertainment industry. It's not like I won't come back. Yang Ming said, just wait for me. I will definitely come back safely. And I believe. Suya nodded. Yang Ming and Suya's atmosphere was ruined by the two robbers, so they didn't have the mood to continue to wander around the beach. The two people returned to the parking place and got in the car. Yang Ming took Suya back to the villa in the Huashang district. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun were already waiting at home. When Yang Ming and Suya came back, they had already prepared the meal. Yang Ming, Sister Suya, you're back? Chen Mingyan wore an apron and walked out of the kitchen. When she saw Yang Ming and Suya coming back, she was suddenly happy. The meal will be ready soon. You can come and eat after you pack up. Chapter 1960. Should I go and help? Suya couldn't directly eat the ready-made food. Although she could be regarded as a guest, she didn't regard herself as a guest. Now, she was also one of the hostesses of the villa. No need, Sister Suya. You're the boss. These should be done by us, the second wives. Chun Mingyin smiled. Suya was suddenly embarrassed after listening to Chun Mingyin's words. She was a little embarrassed. Mingyin, what are you talking about? Didn't we already agree that we don't need to distinguish between each other? Besides, what kind of first wife am I? I'm just a temporary guest. Yang Ming saw that Suya and Chun Mingyin were getting along well, so he was relieved. If they still quarreled with each other before he left, then Yang Ming really wouldn't have a peace of mind. Suya had restored her original appearance at the moment, but she didn't tell Chun Mingyin that she could change her appearance. She just said that she used a disguise technique, but Chun Mingyin didn't doubt it. Although Chun Mingyin didn't let Suya come over to help, Suya still helped Chun Mingyin after taking off her clothes. In fact, there was only the last step of the meal. As long as it was placed on the table, Suya helped to arrange it. Yang Ming was happy to eat the ready-made food. He glanced at the busy Suya, Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun. Yang Ming suddenly felt that he was enjoying it. The happiest time in life was this. Yang Ming really had an impulse to retire from the underworld. If he could, he would take his woman, family, and friends to live in seclusion on Island X. However, there was always a gap between reality and ideals. Yang Ming had to accept reality and do something that he didn't want to do, but he had to do it. This was a person's responsibility and obligation. He wasn't an irresponsible person. If he didn't go on this trip to Yunnan, then no one could do anything to him. At most, he could just leave and take his family to Island X. With Yang Ming's connections, he could even reach Island X without going through the formal channels. After going to Island X, it would be Yang Ming's private territory. Yang Ming had an unusual relationship with many celebrities in Europe, not to mention the old Buffon family, the Butterfly family, and the Charles family had a close relationship with Yang Ming. But Yang Ming did not do this. He went to Yunnan. This was what a man. During dinner, the atmosphere was very cheerful because of Suya's participation. At first, Suya was still not used to it, but after a long time, Suya also integrated into this small family. She was familiar with Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun. She was also classmates with Zhou Jiejie. Usually, the four of them chatted happily on the internet. When they had nothing to do, they would call and text each other. So it was only the initial unfamiliarity. After that, they were like sisters who hadn't seen each other for many years. They couldn't be more familiar with each other. Yang Ming was also happy to see such a scene. After dinner, Suya even took the initiative to offer a few songs to liven up everyone's mood. Among them, there was a new song that had not yet been published. The three fans of Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun were very excited. They were probably the three fans closest to the big star. I'm tired. Let's go to rest. Chun Mingyin looked at the time and took the initiative to take Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiejie upstairs. She left the space downstairs to Yang Ming and Suya. There were also guest rooms on the first floor. The nanny, Ani Li, had gone home and hadn't come back yet. So, at this moment, the entire first floor was left with Yang Ming and Suya. They are really direct. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. And Suya was also a little shy and nodded. In this atmosphere, Suya was also very shy. Although she had already made up her mind to give herself to Yang Ming, that was also in the case where there were no outsiders. Now, Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun were upstairs. She was really a little embarrassed. Who knew, in a while, would Chun Mingyin, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun come to make trouble? Then what are we going to do now? Yang Ming shrugged and looked at Suya. Whatever you say, then do it. Suya didn't have the courage before. Looking at Yang Ming, her beautiful eyes showed a burst of tenderness. Then let's go to the room and talk first, Yang Ming suggested. And Suya nodded. At this moment, Suya had been waiting for a long time. Sometimes when she dreamed, she would imagine that one day she would become Yang Ming's bride. Everything was so beautiful in the bridal chamber. Although there were some differences between reality and dreams, there was no grand wedding and there were no candles in the room, but Suya was still so happy. Those things, in Suya's view, were flashy but impractical. Only the Yangming in front of her was real. This was the person she missed in her dreams for many days and nights. She originally thought that she would never see him again in this life. However, the bizarre fate of life put the two people together again. At the most critical moment, Yangming appeared and saved her from the hands of the bad guys. If all this wasn't God's arrangement, then what was? Suya felt that she was very lucky. She could actually meet Yangming again after many years. Moreover, she met Yangming under such circumstances. The person in the dream was still the same, but she had become another person. Now, the two people finally came together again. Moreover, from this moment on, the two people's hearts would always be integrated and intertwined. The future was beautiful and worth looking forward to, wasn't it? Suya believed that tomorrow would be better. Even if Yangming went on a mission, she would be like a little wife waiting for her husband to come home. She would pray for her husband's safety and hope that he would come back soon. Suya felt that she was very happy and lucky. How many people's first love died young? How many people didn't find their lover in their whole life? How many people died alone and regretted their whole life? Fortunately, she met Yangming again and became his woman. Yangming, I love you as always, just like the moment we separated. My heart has never changed. Suya raised her head and looked at her beloved man in front of her. She said each word clearly. Yangming listened to Suya's affectionate confession and couldn't help but feel ashamed. Yes, although he had always loved Suya, in fact, he had betrayed her. Although Suya didn't say anything, the more it was like this, the more bitter Yangming felt in his heart. Chapter 1961. Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jiejia, Lin Jiyun, Lan Ling, and so on. A series of girls were intertwined in his fate and life. It made Yangming feel like he was in a dream. When he woke up, he realized that he had hurt Suya. Although Suya didn't say anything, and she didn't seem to care about these, Yangming's heart was very uncomfortable. That was a kind of guilt towards Suya. Although Yangming wasn't to blame for the original incident, Suya wasn't wrong. She was also a victim. She could hold on to her love in that stubborn persistence. But why couldn't I? Why did I fall? If it weren't for the persuasion of Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying, I'm afraid that I would still be a little punk with no achievements, right? But Suya had become a big star in the limelight. This was the difference between her and me. This made Yangming blush after listening to Suya's confession. I'm sorry, Suya. Why did you suddenly say this? Suya was stunned. She looked at Yangming with some surprise. She didn't understand why Yangming suddenly said sorry. She was confessing to him, but he suddenly said sorry. No matter how she looked at it, it made Suya feel weird. It was as if he had rejected her confession. It was no wonder that Suya would think so. After all, in reality, many men and women would say sorry after one party confessed. Didn't that mean that the other party refused? Although Suya knew that Yangming couldn't mean this, otherwise, what would Yangming do? He tricked me into bed, and then he said sorry. Isn't that forcing me to commit suicide? However, Suya's heart still skipped a beat. She cared too much about Yangming. Suya cared about every word of Yangming. Therefore, after Yangming said sorry, Suya's heart suddenly felt a little perturbed. You love me so much and still love me, but I couldn't be loyal to you. I feel a little sorry for you in my heart. Yangming sighed and said, although I know you don't blame me, I still feel a little uncomfortable. Yangming, in fact, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't care about this at all. Suya finally understood why Yangming said sorry. So she said, I love you. So I love everything about you, including your lover. From the beginning to the end, I have been in contact with Mingyan, Jiyun, and Jiejia with this mentality. From the first time I saw Mingyan and invited her to perform on the same stage, I had already expressed my intentions. Therefore, I never cared about it. I didn't want to compete with them. I just wanted to get along well with them. This was the first time that Suya told Yang Ming her intentions so straightforwardly. She didn't have the opportunity to say it before, and she didn't want to say it because everyone got along well. She didn't need to say this. It seemed like she was pretending to be generous, and it would cause Yang Ming to be disgusted. However, at this moment, she couldn't let it go when she saw Yang Ming. Suya didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she told Yang Ming her intentions. Suya, thank you. How could Yang Ming not know Suya's intentions? However, knowing her intentions was one thing. After knowing her intentions, he felt even more sorry for her. Yang Ming looked at Suya and didn't know what to say for a while. Why? Why are you looking at me? Suya was stared at by Yang Ming, and she felt a little weird. Nothing. Yang Ming sighed. Since Suya had already said this, then if Yang Ming continued to be entangled, it would ruin the atmosphere. So, Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's still early. Why don't we do something else?" Do what? Suya asked with a red face. You know, Yang Ming smiled. But can you do it? Why can't I? Won't you know if you try? Suya's face was even redder. Upstairs, Chen Mingyin, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun were sitting around the bed. The three of them said that they were going to rest, but in fact, no one went to rest. They were all curious about what was going to happen between Yang Ming and Suya. Jiajia, do you think they have started? Chen Mingyin looked at the time on the clock and asked with a smile. You know this better. How would I know? Zhou Jiajia said with a red face. Didn't you all have your first time? Why are you asking me? Yang Ming and I are an old couple. There is no atmosphere. Everything seems to be natural. It's not as abrupt as them. Chen Mingyin explained with a red face. So I can only ask you. Then why don't you ask Sister Lin? After Zhou Jiajia finished speaking, she suddenly thought of it. Sister Lin's first time? I'm afraid she didn't even know what it was like. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun shook her head with a red face. At that time, I was completely knocked out and thrown into the hotel. How would I know what was going on? I lost my virginity in a daze and almost sued Yang Ming. Haha. Fortunately, you said afterward that Yang Ming was your boyfriend. Otherwise, Yang Ming would really be in jail. Thinking of this matter, Chen Mingyin also sighed. Sometimes, many things were decided in a single thought. A slight deviation could make a big difference. Originally, I wanted to give it to him. After I found out that it was him, I naturally wouldn't pursue any responsibility. Lin Jiyun said with a red face, So, let's ask Jiajia. Only she knows best, so Chen Mingyin and Lin Jiyun turned to look at Zhou Jiajia at the same time. Why don't we go down and see? Zhou Jiajia was somewhat helpless and had to say it. Eavesdrop? Chen Mingyin felt that this was a good idea, but she was afraid that it would affect Yang Ming and Suya. Isn't too good? Suya finally came back. If we disturb them, won't Suya hate us? Lin Jiyun shook her head. She didn't want to eavesdrop. I think so too. Zhou Jiajia began to go back on her words. Forget it. Let's sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Chen Mingyin also felt that it wasn't appropriate, so she pulled Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jiajia to fall in the bed together. But who could really fall asleep? This was destined to be another sleepless night. Chen Mingyin, Zhou Jiajia, and Lin Jiyun were lying on the bed, but they didn't fall asleep immediately. Instead, they were discussing the bits and pieces after knowing Yang Ming. Everyone had different stories. Now that they were telling each other, it was a different feeling. In the middle of the night, they finally couldn't help it. They tiptoed out of the bedroom and went downstairs to Yang Ming and Suya's room. How sensitive were Yang Ming's senses? Any movement in the wind couldn't escape his eyes and ears. Yang Ming, who heard the sound, suddenly woke up. However, after he used his X-ray vision to look outside the room, he suddenly felt relieved. Chapter 1962. Early the next morning, all the girls' faces were red. Only Yang Ming sat at the table and ate breakfast. Aren't you eating together? Asked Yang Ming. You eat first. We won't eat. Chen Mingyin glanced at Yang Ming and said, We will eat after you finish eating. Sister Suya is leaving in a while. Let's talk to her more. Yangming also knew that Suya was leaving soon. After all, Suya had a lot of things to do. She came here this time because she postponed a lot of things on hand and came back at the last minute. However, before she completely quit the entertainment industry, there were still some things to deal with. Now, Suya's agent and company were very anxious and kept urging her to go back. Yesterday, Yang Ming and Suya also talked for a long time. Before he returned safely, Suya would stay in the entertainment industry to develop her own career. When Yang Ming settled down, she would gradually withdraw. In fact, Yang Ming was also giving Suya a career to do so that she would miss him less. Even if he couldn't come back, Suya would have a career that would buffer her from losing her mind. The music was over, and the people dispersed. There was always a time to say goodbye. After breakfast, Yang Ming drove and sent Suya to the airport in Donghai City. At this time, Suya had to restore her identity as the big star Suya, because all her credentials were Shuya's, not Suya's. Suya's identity had completely disappeared. Her new identity in Hong Kong was Shuya. Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jieja didn't go to send Suya off. They said that they were going to the school to see how Fan Jinja's matter was handled. However, they also wanted to give Yang Ming and Suya more space and time. The two were about to be separated. Chen Mingyan and the others couldn't bear to join in the fun. Watching Yang Ming's car leave, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jieja, and Lin Jian got into Chen Mingyan's Audi A5 together. Sister Mingyan, did you contact Lan Ling? Zhou Jieja asked after getting in the car. Of course, I contacted her. With you, a little hacker, helping me find Lan Ling's contact information. How can I let you work for nothing? Chen Mingyan smiled and said, I have already contacted her. Today's flight to Donghai. After Yang Ming sends Sister Suya, he can see Lan Ling. Hee. Then will Yang Ming be very surprised? Lin Jiun smiled happily after listening. Yang Ming was happy, and she was also happy. Although she was a little silly, she enjoyed it. There should be a surprise. Chen Mingyan shrugged. This is also the only thing we can do for Yang Ming before he leaves. I hope that he can leave happily without any regrets or worries. Only then can he concentrate on the task. So we can't drag him down. Sister Mingyan, you are so generous. Zhou Jieja sighed and said, Aren't you talking nonsense? If I wasn't generous, would you be able to live in a villa? Chen Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. Are you saying that I am stingy? That's not it. Zhou Jieja smiled and shook her head. Right, what kind of girl is Lan Ling? Is she easy to get along with? We haven't contacted her before. Only you, Sister Mingyan, have called her. We don't know if we can get along with her after meeting her. Although Lin Jian didn't speak, it was obvious that this was the problem she was most concerned about. As Yang Ming's woman, she naturally hoped that she could get along with Yang Ming's other women. Therefore, she also looked at Chen Mingyan nervously, waiting for her answer. From the voice on the phone, Lan Ling should be a girl who is not scheming. She is very cute, and her mouth is very sweet. She has no hostility to me. Chen Mingyan said, I told her that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. She was very excited and thanked me. She said that she must treat me to a big meal. But I am relieved. At least, we won't have any unpleasant things. Chen Mingyan nodded with some relief. However, I've been mentally prepared before. Even if Lan Ling doesn't give me a good look, I can only endure it. At most, I won't contact her in the future. Out of sight, out of mind. As Chen Mingyan spoke, she started the car and drove in the direction of the school. In the school, Fan Jinja had completely become a joke. Until now, Fan Jinja had completely given up. After the competition between Yang Ming and Feng Xibiao yesterday, Feng Juning had offended the entire school because of his previous words. As a result, Feng Juning was surrounded by angry students before he could sneak out of the stadium. At this moment, fists could no longer calm the anger in their hearts. They had already used more advanced weapons, bricks and iron bars. As a result, the unlucky Feng Juning was directly beaten half to death. When the school's security team arrived, the students dispersed. Although the matter was very big, the school didn't know who hit him. Moreover, Feng Juning was a person who had been released from prison outside the school. The school would not stand up for such a person. The security team sent Feng Juning to the hospital out of humanitarianism and left him alone. This scared Fan Jinja. He didn't expect these students to be so fierce. They dared to hit people with bricks. Wouldn't it be dangerous if he went out? He had promised a bet. If Feng Xibiao lost, he, Fan Jinja, would have to run naked and give up his pursuit of Zhao Ying forever. For Fan Jinja, giving up his pursuit was nothing. In the current situation, he had no face to pursue Zhao Ying. This challenge could be said to be shooting himself in the foot. Not only did it not achieve the desired effect, but he also lost face. However, it was impossible for him to run naked. If he were to run naked, how could he continue to mingle in the school? Not to mention in the school, he would probably be famous in Songjiang City. When people mentioned Fan Jinja, they would association about him being the school streaker. Therefore, Fan Jinja would definitely not choose to run naked. He wanted to go out and hide for a while. When the matter was over and everyone had forgotten about this matter, he would return to the school. Anyway, the graduate course was not very tight, and there would not be any roll call. Previously, he was scared by Yang Ming that he was possessed by a resentful spirit. He had not been in school for a long time, so there was no problem. However, just as he wanted to sneak out of the school to take refuge, bad news came. Feng Juning was beaten until he was disabled and sent directly to the hospital. The first report on the campus forum was about this incident. A person who looked like a bloody gourd was lying on the slate of the playground. If Fan Jinja didn't recognize him as Feng Juning from his clothes, Fan Jinja wouldn't even recognize who he was. He didn't look like a human at all. Chapter 1963. Fan Jinja's hands were paralyzed on the spot. His hand that was holding the mouse was trembling, and he could barely move it. Damn, why is it so fierce? Fan Jinja wanted to cry. He didn't expect things to get so out of hand. It was completely out of his control. Thinking of this, Fan Jinja quickly dispelled his plan to sneak out now. After calming down for a while, Fan Jinja continued to look at the posts on the forum. However, the second post was Fan Jinja's arrest warrant. Fan Jinja did not appear after the competition, so after watching the game in the stadium, the angry students began to look for Fan Jinja. They wanted him to fulfill his promise and run around the campus naked. But after searching for a long time, they could not find him, so the arrest warrant was issued. Fortunately, Fan Jinja lived in a separate room in the graduate student building. Very few people knew that he lived here. Usually, the students in the graduate student building were divided into different departments, so there was very little communication. Therefore, no one could find the graduate student dormitory for a while. However, even if they could not find him now, it did not mean that they could not find him in the future. As a matter of fact, the student searchability was very strong. Fan Jinja felt that it was no longer safe for him to stay in the dormitory. Besides, he couldn't stay in the dormitory forever, right? However, he did not dare to go out now, because it was also very dangerous outside. Everyone was waiting for him to run around naked. If he went out now, he was afraid that he would be caught by the students who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Therefore, Fan Jinja felt that it was better to wait for the limelight to die down before leaving at night. In a short time, the students would not be able to find the graduate student dormitory. However, Fan Jinja underestimated the perseverance of these students. Many students simply did not sleep at night. They spontaneously formed a patrol team to catch Fan Jinja and walked around the campus. After Fan Jinja saw the tracking report on the internet, he secretly felt lucky that he did not go out. Otherwise, if he sneaked out alone in the middle of the night, he would be immediately caught as a suspicious target. These people are really patient. They even came out at night to catch me. Fan Jinja cursed a few times, turned off the computer, and went to sleep. He planned to leave the next day. Anyway, No one could find the graduate student luxury dormitory now, so he was not very worried. After a night, Fan Jinja turned on the computer and went online to check the latest news. As a result, he did not know, but he was shocked when he saw it. In the human search post about him, someone had revealed that Fan Jinja was living in the graduate student luxury dormitory. Although it was just a reply and had not attracted anyone's attention yet, Fan Jinja knew very well that if this continued, he would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Fan Jinja did not dare to wait any longer. He planned to put on some makeup and sneak out of school during the day when there were many people. Fan Jinja disguised himself as the head of the Secret Service and sneaked out of the graduate student's luxury apartment building. Fortunately, although many civilian patrols were spontaneously organized to search for Fan Jinja was not a public figure after all. He did not appear in public when he posted before, so not many people knew him. Previously, no one thought that he could win. In fact, he did not win. Therefore, there's only one photo of Fan Jinja on the flyer about the competition between him and Yang Ming. Now, these people searching for Fan Jinja could only find Fan Jinja with a flyer each. Therefore, Fan Jinja, who was wearing sunglasses and a cap, easily avoided these people's search and successfully walked to the school gate. Fan Jinja was secretly happy. "You idiots, I'm wearing makeup. Let's see what you can do. Go ahead and look for him. I'll tire you to death. I'm leaving." Fan Jinja was very happy seeing that he was getting closer to the parking lot at the school gate. "No one can catch me when I get in the car. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Fan Jinja saw his Honda Accord. He subconsciously quickened his pace and ran quickly to his car. Chun Mingyan drove Zhou Jiejia and Lin Ji to the school. She was about to park the car in the parking lot at the school gate. She had just found a parking space and was about to park the car. Unexpectedly, a person came out from the left side and rushed to a black car next to the parking space that Chun Mingyan was going to park. Chun Mingyan was shocked. She saw this person before, but according to this person's speed, it was impossible for him to touch Chun Mingyan. Who would have thought that this person would suddenly speed up and run over here? Chun Mingyan subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but it was too late. Because she was too close to the person in front, she still hit the person with a bang and knocked him down. Fan Jinja screamed and fell out. Not only were his legs hurt from being hit by Chun Mingyan's car, but his butt was also hurt from the fall. Fan Jinja was furious. "How do you drive? Didn't you see me?" If it were any other time, he would have jumped up and beat the driver up. But now, he was afraid of exposing his identity. He didn't dare to argue with the car owner. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Fan Jinja got up from the ground gloomily. He didn't say much and hobbled to his car. However, while he admitted that he was unlucky, some people didn't think so. Chun Fei was an upright person. Chun Mingyan was also very upright since she was a child under the influence of her father. She naturally wouldn't ignore or shirk the responsibility when she hit someone. Chun Mingyan was shocked when she saw that she had hit someone. But after she reacted, she quickly got out of the car and ran to the person who was hit. "How are you? Is there anything wrong? Don't move. I'll call an ambulance for you." "Huh?" Fan Jinja was stunned. He didn't expect that he actually knew the person who hit him. It was Yang Ming's girlfriend, Chun Mingyan. Fan Jinja couldn't help but feel that he was unlucky. "Motherfucker, of all people, why did I have to bump into Chun Mingyan? Please don't let her out." Fan Jinja was not afraid of the students who were searching for him with flyers. After all, they only had a photo. Once he disguised himself, they wouldn't recognize him. Wasn't that the case now? Just by wearing a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap, he had successfully fooled those patrolmen. Chapter 1964. However, this was only applicable to those who were not familiar with him. Those who were familiar with Fan Jinja might not be able to recognize him from a distance, but they would be able to see the flaws when they looked at him up close. Fan Jinja had been in contact with Chun Mingyin before. In the resort, he even brought Chun Mingyin to catch adulterers. Therefore, Fan Jinja was suddenly a little scared. Chun Mingyin better not recognize me. If she recognizes me, then wouldn't I be unable to escape? He believed that Chun Mingyin definitely wanted him to run naked. After all, Chun Mingyin was Yang Ming's girlfriend. She would definitely support the students in the school. How would he know that Chun Mingyin left the school early yesterday and did not care about the follow-up matters at all? Chun Mingyin also did not know that the students in the school were searching for Fan Jinja. However, Fan Jinja was guilty. He was instinctively afraid when he saw Chun Mingyin, so he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Chun Mingyin. He was afraid that she would recognize him. He only said vaguely, "I'm fine. I'm fine." In fact, if he revealed his identity and said that he was fine, Chun Mingyin might really let him go. After all, Chun Mingyin knocked him down. She would not mention those unpleasant things out of guilt. However, Fan Jinja did not think so. He thought that Chun Mingyin knew everything, so he avoided her. He did not want Chun Mingyin to continue pestering him. "This won't do. I knocked you down. I have to go and take a look. Even if you don't call an ambulance, you should go to the school's hospital. Don't hurt your muscles or bones." Chun Mingyin did not expect Fan Jinja to say that he was fine even though he was limping. She was a little confused. "I said no need. It's fine. Let me go quickly. I have something urgent." Fan Jinja was a little anxious. This Chun Mingyin is too much. Even I, who was hit, said that I was fine. Why are you so anxious when you hit someone? Look, you're limping when you walk. How can you be fine? Chun Mingyin's heart was very kind. Seeing Fan Jinja limping, how could she let him go just like that? Her conscience would feel uneasy if that were to happen. Fuck. Fan Jinja was really impatient. "Are you fucking done? I've already said that I'm fine, yet you're still dawdling. Is there something wrong with you? How can you talk like that? Sister Mingyin is also concerned about you. After all, it's our fault. But why don't you appreciate it?" Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jun also got out of the car at this time. They happened to hear Fan Jinja's words, so Zhou Jiejia said with some resentment, "Fuck, I already said that I'm fine. Why do you still care? Are you done yet?" Fan Jinja was very anxious. The dispute between the two had attracted a lot of students. He just wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, there might be some problems. What's going on? Who knows what's going on? Two school security guards squeezed over, followed by some students who were watching the scene. "It's these girls who hit the boy with their car." A student who was watching said to the security guard, "Oh, you're still in the right after hitting someone? Even if they're girls, you can't be unreasonable. Hurry up and send the injured to the school hospital for treatment." The security guard saw that the car was driven by a few beautiful girls and sighed in his heart. It's another child from a rich family. But you can't be so arrogant when you hit someone, right? We're unreasonable. Chun Mingyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the security guard's words. We didn't want to take him to the school hospital for treatment, but he refused to go. He said he was fine. "Look, he's already limping, huh?" The security guard was stunned after hearing Chun Mingyin's words. "It seems that I misunderstood the situation. It's not that these little girls are unreasonable, but it's the problem with the injured party." However, he couldn't believe the words of one party. Instead, he turned to look at Fan Jinja. "Is that so?" "Yes, I'm fine. Let me go quickly." Fan Jinja was furious. This Chun Mingyin is really a busybody. I'm obviously fine, but she insisted on taking me to see a doctor. What kind of person is she? "Classmate, you can't even walk properly. Why don't you go and have a look? After all, it's better to explain this kind of thing in person. Otherwise, if you find a problem later, you won't have anyone to reason with, right?" The security guard advised kindly. "No need means no need. Damn it, I don't need you to care even if I die. Hurry up and let me go." "I'm in a hurry." Fan Jinja pushed away the security guard who stopped him and walked to his car. "Classmate, you're being impulsive. You can't be young and impetuous. You can't act like a hero just because the other party is a few beautiful girls. That's not right. You should go and have a look." The security guard thought that Fan Jinja wanted to act like a hero, so he went forward and pulled Fan Jinja, not wanting to let him go. Get lost. Fan Jinja's lungs were about to explode. Why are these people pretending to be good people at this time? They really have nothing better to do. Fan Jinja waved his hand and wanted to push the security guard aside. However, because of the severe pain in his legs, he staggered and his body shook. The hat and glasses on his head all fell to the ground. Fan Jinja subconsciously wanted to pick them up. Fortunately, the surrounding students did not recognize him immediately. Everyone's mind was on the matter itself. No one would think that this person was Fan Jinja. However, there was someone who was very familiar with Fan Jinja. This person was Chun Mingyan. After she saw Fan Jinja, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. She said subconsciously, "Fan Jinja, why are you here?" After Fan Jinja heard Chun Mingyan's words, he suddenly knew that something was wrong. He thought, "This bitch is really pissing me off. You bumped into me, but I didn't care about it. You even exposed my identity. You're so hateful." Of course, Fan Jinja also knew that Chun Mingyan did not mean it. Otherwise, Chun Mingyan would not have kindly sent him to the hospital. "I'm not. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Fan Jinja quickly shook his head and denied his identity. "I don't know who Fan Jinja is. I've never heard of him." If Fan Jinja was just stunned and said that Chun Mingyan had mistaken him for someone else, or said, "What did you say?" If he pretended that he did not hear clearly, then no one would doubt him. However, Fan Jinja actually repeated himself. "I don't know who Fan Jinja is. I've never heard of him." This was a bit of a problem. Fan Jinja could be said to be the most popular person in the school for a while. He was no less famous than Yangming. Especially yesterday and today, Fan Jinja's name had spread throughout the school. Everyone was looking for him. Even the aunties in the cafeteria were asking if a student named Fan Jinja had caused public outrage. Chapter 1965. Therefore, it was impossible to say that this person did not know Fan Jinja. When he said this, it attracted the attention of the students. Someone took out the flyer in his hand and compared it. He found that this person was very similar to Fan Jinja. So this student exclaimed, "He seems to be Fan Jinja. Everyone, catch him. Don't let him run away." Fan Jinja was frightened. He turned around and wanted to get into his car. However, before he could get into the car, he was held down by the students. Even the two security guards who wanted to stop them could not do anything at this moment. These students were too fierce. They rushed up directly and pushed Fan Jinja away. Chun Mingyan was a little dumbfounded. Zhou Jiejia and Lin Jian on the side were also dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. When these students were far away, Zhou Jiejia said with some surprise, "Sister Mingyan, what happened? These people seem to have a deep hatred for Fan Jinja. Why do they push him away all of a sudden?" "I don't know. Who knows what happened?" Chun Mingyan also shrugged inexplicably and said, "No wonder Fan Jinja said that he was fine after being hit. It seems that he wants to escape from the school quickly. We have done something bad with good intentions." At this time, the two security guards also came over with a wry smile and said, "You have indeed done something bad with good intentions. Now many students in the school are looking for Fan Jinja. No wonder he is in a hurry to leave." "But why are they looking for him?" asked Chun Mingyan strangely. "You don't know?" The security guards also looked at Chun Mingyan strangely. Fan Jinja lost a bet yesterday, so the students want him to fulfill his promise and run naked. "Huh? Is that so?" Chun Mingyan was a little speechless. She did not expect it to be like this. Moreover, Yang Ming had already left. These students actually volunteered to supervise Fan Jinja to fulfill his promise for Yang Ming. "Yeah." The security guard nodded. "Well, I won't talk to you anymore. We have to hurry back to the security room and mobilize more security guards to take a look. It's fine if it's just running naked, but don't make a big deal out of it. It will be hard to explain to the school leaders." With that said, the two security guards hurried away. Chun Mingyan could not help but smile. "I didn't expect Yang Ming to be so popular in the school." "There's nothing to see. It's not interesting." Chen Mingyan was not interested in whether Fan Jinja was naked. Zhou Jia nodded. She was just casually suggesting it. She did not mean to see it. The three locked the car and walked to the school's teaching building. But coincidentally, Chen Mingyan met Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan on the way. Sister Ying, Wang Xiaoyan. Chen Mingyan took the initiative to greet them. Chen Mingyan had always respected Zhao Ying. She was also grateful for the help she gave to Yang Ming. She tutored Yang Ming every day, which allowed Yang Ming to be admitted to the university he was in now. Therefore, although Chen Mingyan called Zhao Ying Sister Ying, she respected Zhao Ying as an elder and teacher in her heart. Chen Mingyan had seen Wang Xiaoyan, the beautiful neighbor, a few times. She knew that she was also a student in the school, but they did not interact much. When they met, they just nodded. Although they were familiar with each other, they did not talk much. Mingyan, Zhao Ying's expression was a little unnatural after seeing Chen Mingyan. After all, the things that Yang Ming did these days were all for Zhao Ying. She was also afraid that Chen Mingyan would have some thoughts. Are you going to class? I'm going to class. Chen Mingyan nodded and said, right, the people in the school found Fan Jinja. I heard that Fan Jinja went streaking. Sister Ying, don't you want to go and see? I won't go. Zhao Ying was shocked, but she was relieved when she saw that Chen Mingyan's expression was joking. She was now a little suspicious. She was afraid that Chen Mingyan would notice something wrong. Then we'll go first. Sister Ying, goodbye. Wang Xiaoyan, let's go. Chen Mingyan waved to Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan and left with Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun. Goodbye. Zhao Ying watched Chen Mingyan and others leave, and she was slightly relieved. Sister Ying, you are guilty? Wang Xiaoyan smiled, reached out, and pulled Zhao Ying. Yeah, of course I'm guilty. You scare me. Zhao Ying shook her head. Every time I see Chen Mingyan, I feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. I feel like I'm sorry for her. There is no such thing as sorry or sorry in relationship. If we count it, you and Yang Ming started it first. What are you afraid of? Wang Xiaoyan was a little resentful of Zhao Ying's scruples. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Zhao Ying sighed. Right. Mingyan just said that those people found Fan Jinja, and Fan Jinja went streaking. Should we go and see? Said Wang Xiaoyan. Forget it. I don't want to see him. What he does has nothing to do with me. Zhao Ying shook her head and was a little melancholy. Yang Ming was going to leave, and it was very dangerous. She couldn't tell others, and it made her feel very depressed. She could only share this with Wang Xiaoyan because Wang Xiaoyan also knew the truth. Yang Ming drove Suya to the Donghai City Airport, but this time he didn't let the driver, little Wang, go with him. After all, Suya's identity was a secret. Although Yang Ming trusted little Wang now, Yang Ming still had to be careful about this kind of thing. Moreover, he also enjoyed this kind of time when there were only the two of them. Yang Ming sent Suya to the security checkpoint. I'm leaving. Take care. Suya, who was fully armed, said to Yang Ming. She was hesitant. She was reluctant to leave, but they had to part in the end. And I know. You too. Yang Ming nodded. I hope that when I come back, your career can reach a higher level. Yang Ming said this to give Suya a goal to strive for. Before she had a breakthrough in her career, even if he didn't come back, she would not miss him too much. In fact, Suya's career had actually reached a peak. It would be very difficult for her to have a breakthrough. How smart was Suya? How could she not understand Yang Ming's intention? However, in order to let Yang Ming leave in peace, Suya didn't expose it. She just smiled and nodded. And Chapter 1966. Looking at Suya's back as she walked through the security checkpoint until she disappeared from Yang Ming's sight, Yang Ming sighed. Farewell is inevitable. Yang Ming didn't use his X-ray vision to continue to look at Suya. Instead, he turned around and prepared to return to Songjiang City. He would leave tomorrow. Today was the last day. Yang Ming was going to go home to accompany Chen Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jia Yang Ming was very grateful for Chun Mingyin's act of finding Suya before leaving. Chun Mingyin did this to show her magnanimity and broad-mindedness. However, he didn't know if Chun Mingyin would still have such magnanimity and broad-mindedness when facing Zhao Ying and the others. Yang Ming knew that Chun Mingyin had an identity barrier for Zhao Ying that couldn't be changed. This made Yang Ming very helpless. However, these things couldn't be changed before he left. He could only wait until he came back and explain to Chun Mingyin and the others. There was only one day left. Yang Ming didn't want to create more problems. He would pass this day peacefully. Tomorrow, he would embark on the journey. A mobile phone rang. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. The time when Xia entered the security checkpoint was almost the time to board the plane. At this time, she should be in line to board the plane. How could she call me? Could it be that Chun Mingyin called to ask if I sent Suya to the plane? Yang Ming quickly picked up the phone, but when he saw the caller ID, it was a very familiar number. It was only one digit away from Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming's hand that was holding the phone trembled a little. He was familiar with this number. This was the couple number that he registered with Lan Ling. Because Yang Ming could memorize it, he didn't save it in the mobile phone. This was also the number that Chun Mingyin wanted to find Lan Ling, but she couldn't find it in Yang Ming's mobile phone. In order to give him a surprise, and it wasn't good to ask him directly, she let Zhou Jieji use the means of hacking to check all of Yang Ming's call records. From the past call records, she analyzed this phone number that was only one digit away from Yang Ming's phone number. It was likely to be Lan Ling's. Although Chun Mingyin's heart, when she saw that this phone number was a couple number with Yang Ming's, she quickly put down this little jealousy and returned to normal. She clearly knew what was important in her heart. She knew that this wasn't the time to be jealous. Yang Ming was going to leave. How could she cause trouble for him? Moreover, accepting Lan Ling was also a decision that Chun Mingyin had made long ago. She also told Yang Ming about this idea. At that time, Yang Ming was very touched and hugged her in the car. How could Chun Mingyin go back on her words? Wouldn't that make Yang Ming look down on her? Therefore, Chun Mingyin quickly adjusted her mentality and contacted Lan Ling. She sent a text message to her that Yang Ming was going to Yunnan. She didn't expect Lan Ling to really call her back. Moreover, they agreed to come back to Donghai City today. She would give Yang Ming a surprise then. Hello. Yang Ming took a deep breath and carefully picked up the phone. There was a feeling of unreality. Could it be that someone used some phone number changing software and called me as a joke? Because of this phone call, since Lan Ling left, she basically hadn't called him. Although there were occasional text messages, recently, the text messages were getting fewer and fewer. In the past 2 months, there was no text at all. Therefore, Yang Ming really didn't believe that this was a call from Lan Ling. In the market, there were also some hacking software that could change the caller ID. Even Zhou Jieji could easily do it. Yang Ming felt that this was a prank by someone else. But who would know Lan Ling's phone number? Who would simulate her phone number to call me? Yang Ming thought of this and then shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't necessary to know Lan Ling's phone number. Perhaps someone deliberately made a phone number that was one digit different to call me. It was just a coincidence that it was the same as Lan Ling's phone number. Guess who I am? On the phone, there was a voice that Yang Ming couldn't be more familiar with. It was a little playful and sweet. After Yang Ming was excited, he suddenly smiled. Ling Ling, is it really you? Oh, then guess where I am? Lan Ling saw that Yang Ming guessed it right, but she wasn't annoyed. She continued to ask. How would I know? Yang Ming said subconsciously, but after this sentence, Yang Ming's heart suddenly moved. Since Lan Ling asked this, she must have her reasons. Otherwise, why would she ask where I am? Could it be? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a possibility that made him very excited. Suya could appear in Songjiang City. It was naturally Chun Mingyin's credit. Since Chun Mingyin could let Suya come to Songjiang City before he left, why couldn't he let Lan Ling come to Songjiang City before he left? Could it be that Lan Ling really came? Yang Ming was moved and excited by his own guess. Are you in Songjiang City? Wrong. Lan Ling mercilessly denied Yang Ming's guess. Oh, are you in Yunnan? Yang Ming heard Lan Ling's reply and was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. He continued to ask with a smile. Wrong again. Lan Ling smiled and denied Yang Ming's guess again. Then where are you? Yang Ming was stunned. Lan Ling wasn't in Songjiang City, nor was she in Yunnan. Where would she be? You guess again? Lan Ling asked again. Then I don't know. Yang Ming shook his head. He really couldn't guess where Lan Ling was. Big idiot. As soon as Lan Ling's voice fell, Yang Ming felt that someone was quickly approaching him from behind. Yang Ming's instinct as an assassin made him subconsciously alert. He looked behind him with his special ability, but when he saw the petite and cute figure, Yang Ming suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth showed a happy smile. In the next moment, Yang Ming's eyes were covered by a pair of cold little hands. Guess who I am? A familiar voice sounded behind Yang Ming again. Yang Ming, who was excited, suddenly turned around and hugged Lan Ling in his arms. Ling Ling, I miss you so much. Lan Ling was still the same as when she left last year. She still looked like an underage little lowly. The clothes on her body were also very cute. At first glance, one could tell that she was a pretty girl from a humble family. This made Yang Ming feel like it was yesterday. It was as if Lan Ling had never left, and she had always been by his side. It was as if Lan Ling only left for a day or two and returned to him. However, the thoughts in his heart told Yang Ming that Lan Ling had been gone for a long time. Chapter 1967. Me too. I missed you so much. As Lan Ling said this, she also rushed into Yang Ming's arms excitedly. Her arms hugged Yang Ming's neck tightly, and she directly kissed Yang Ming's mouth. This made Yang Ming speechless. Oh, Yang Ming's heart was warm. At the airport, in public, he also kissed Lan Ling and responded to her passionately. Actually, kissing in public wasn't necessarily an indecent thing to do. For some people, kissing in public, accompanied by some wretched actions, was a little offensive to public morals. However, for Yang Ming and Lan Ling at the airport, in such a special occasion, hugging each other, just passionately kissing, was full of a different kind of romantic atmosphere. The two were like other lovers who reunited after a long separation. They used kissing to express their feelings for each other. This kind of phenomenon was not uncommon at the airport. Many lovers who reunited after a long separation had similar actions here. So, when everyone saw Yang Ming and Lan Ling, they felt that it was normal. No one would think that there was anything wrong with the way the two people did it. On the contrary, many people who saw this scene were so moved that they volunteered to clap their hands. Clap, 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 clap. More and more passengers spontaneously joined the ranks of applauding passengers. It's so touching. Many old couples were moved to tears. They must have been separated for a long time, and now they finally meet. Yeah. You see how unmoved they are. It can be seen how strong their feelings are. It didn't change because of the change of time. Another person said, so too. I thought that such a romantic scene could only be seen in the streets of France. A foreigner in France saw this scene and sighed. However, these people's words made Yang Ming a little embarrassed. Even if Yang Ming's face was very thick, after listening to these words, he couldn't help but blush. He quickly separated from Lan Ling, and Lan Ling, "Oh, that's so touching." Many people exclaimed in surprise. That's right, I've never seen a couple so deeply in love before. A traveler exclaimed, moved by the scene. There were even a few elderly couples who were touched by Yang Ming and Lan Ling. They hugged and kissed at the airport. In the end, someone took the lead. Many young and bold couples followed their lead and started kissing in the airport. The middle-aged couples were also affected by the atmosphere and started hugging their loved ones and kissing in the spacious airport. Thus, the entire airport lobby turned into a public kiss. The scene was so grand and magnificent that it could be called a spectacle. Some reporters even smelled the commotion and ran over to take photos and interview. At this time, the initiators of this incident, Yang Ming and Lan Ling, had already disappeared from the airport. The two of them looked at the increasing number of couples and fathers kissing each other. They smiled at each other and left the airport hand in hand. Ha! I didn't expect our influence to be so strong and cause such a big sensation, Yang Ming exclaimed. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Lan Ling was also very surprised. I just missed you from the bottom of my heart, so I couldn't help myself. I didn't expect them to follow my example. Maybe they couldn't help themselves. Yang Ming smiled and said, Right? How did you find me? How did you run behind me in such a big airport? Don't forget, my sixth sense is very sharp. I can find you in a sea of people. Lan Ling said proudly, Don't forget, you're my lover. We have telepathy. Hee, so that's how it is. Yang Ming just remembered that Lan Ling had a natural strong sixth sense. Previously, when they were gambling on stones in Yunnan, Lan Ling relied on this unique special ability to get almost every guess right. Her father even asked her to help him gamble. Right, how's your father? Yang Ming suddenly thought of Lan Ling's father. That gambling addict, he's still the same. He drinks every day and scams for a living. The money he earned is spent on drinking and gambling muddle-headed. Lan Ling shook her head. Although she didn't meet her father directly, she could inquire about her father's situation from the side. Still the same. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. Some people were born with this kind of character, and it couldn't be changed. It was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. Originally, Yang Ming considered that the other party was Lan Ling's father. If he could really repent and get rid of his bad habits and do some work or small business to support himself, then Yang Ming didn't mind giving him a hand before leaving. But now, after listening to Lan Ling's words, he felt that it was better not to help such a person. No matter how much money Yang Ming gave him, he would probably squander it all away. Therefore, Yang Ming also dismissed the idea of helping Lan Ling's father. Holding Lan Ling's hand, it was the same as the first time he held her hand. Yang Ming's feelings for Lan Ling were very deep. Although Lan Ling wasn't Yang Ming's first woman, she was the first woman that Yang Ming experienced in a sober state. This kind of feeling was always memorable and unforgettable. Until now, Yang Ming recalled bits and pieces of the past, and there was a warm and sweet feeling. Didn't you want to focus on practicing the Lan family's kung fu? Why did you suddenly come back? Yang Ming was surprised by Lan Ling's sudden return this time. He guess? Lan Ling smiled. I don't have a sixth sense. How can I guess? Could it be that Qin Mingyan called and asked you to come back? Yang Ming deliberately paused and asked. Wrong. Lan Ling smiled. Yang Ming was stunned. Lan Ling came back this time. Wasn't it Qin Mingyan who called her back? Then how did she come back? Why would she suddenly appear at Donghai Airport under such a coincidence and call me? She sent me a text message, not a call. Lan Ling smiled and looked at Yang Ming. Her eyes narrowed into a slit. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. He felt that he was tricked by Lan Ling call. Text message. Is there a difference? It seems that in a strict sense, there is a big difference. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, How was the chat with her? It was okay. I felt that it was easier to get along with than I thought. Lan Ling nodded. This was the first official call between us. Yang Ming shrugged. In the future, I'm afraid that we will have more opportunities to meet. I don't know. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Ling said this and suddenly felt sad. I don't know if I can still live in the future. Chapter 1968. Can I live? Yang Ming was stunned and subconsciously said, What's wrong with you? Ling Ling, why are you saying such sad words? AI, nothing. Lan Ling shook her head and didn't continue. Right, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Is there anything delicious around here? Oh, Donghai has a home of 6 tastes. The taste is good. Although the store is not big, it is full every day. Let's go there. Yang Ming suddenly remembered that Sun Jie had brought him to the home of 6 tastes. So he said to Lan Ling, Okay, then let's go to the home of 6 tastes. Lan Ling nodded and said, The two went out of the airport together and came to the parking lot. Yang Ming took Lan Ling to his car. "This is your car?" Lan Ling suddenly looked at Yang Ming's BMW X5 with some surprise. From the license plate of the car, it could be seen that the owner of this car was unusual. Song B88B88. This kind of license plate was not something that ordinary people could buy. "Oh, it is." Yang Ming nodded. Strictly speaking, this car was not Yang Ming's car. It was Bao Sanli's car, but there was no difference between it and Yang Ming's car. "You're rich?" Lan Ling was a little surprised. In less than a year, Yang Ming bought a BMW? "In fact, not long after you left, my career was on track." Yang Ming sighed. Time passed so quickly. So much time had passed. It turned out to be like this. Lan Ling nodded. "Let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go to the restaurant first." Yang Ming started the car and drove in the direction of the home of Six Tastes. Today's home of Six Tastes was still full. There was no space in the nearby parking lot, but Yang Ming casually parked the car on the side of the road. This was the privilege brought by the pass of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. However, while Yang Ming enjoyed this privilege, he was really working for the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. It could be said that this was a kind of fairness. Lan Ling was a little surprised to see the no parking sign beside Yang Ming's car. She asked curiously, "You're so rich that you're not afraid of a ticket?" "Huh, you won't get a ticket." Yang Ming smiled. "My identity is a little special. This is also what I will tell you later." "Oh." Lan Ling nodded and walked into the home of Six Tastes with Yang Ming. "Welcome. May I know if it's the two of you?" When Yang Ming and Lan Ling walked into the home of Six Tastes, a waiter came up to them and asked. "And yes." Yang Ming nodded. "Is there a seat?" "There's only one couple seat left, but you'll have to pay an additional 100 yuan per hour for your meal." The waiter said apologetically, "Sir, you can get a number and wait in line here." "Oh, then I'll take the couple's booth." For Yang Ming, 100 renminbi per hour was nothing. "Okay, sir, please come here." The waiter smiled at Yang Ming and made an inviting gesture. However, just as Yang Ming held Lan Ling's hand and wanted to walk over, a discordant voice sounded. "I want the couple's booth." As soon as the voice fell, a burly man walked over with a beautiful girl in his arms. He pointed at the waiter and said casually, "Sorry, sir, there's only one couple's booth left. This gentleman asked for it first." The waiter pointed at Yang Ming and explained to the burly man, "There's only one, and it's just right for me." The burly man sneered and said, "Ah, this." The waiter saw that the burly man had a fierce face, and he was a little scared. "Hurry up. Look, they haven't said anything yet. You, a waiter, are still dilly-dallying here. It's really like the eunuch is more anxious than the emperor." The burly man said impatiently, "Where's the booth? We can go there ourselves." Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear the burly man's words and said to the waiter, "It's there." The waiter quickly pointed to a two-person booth not far away. Yang Ming nodded and didn't look at the burly man. He held Lan Ling's hand and walked to the couple's booth. "Both of you stop." The burly man was ignored by Yang Ming, and he was furious. He pointed at Yang Ming and shouted. Yang Ming acted like he didn't hear it and continued to walk forward. "Yang Ming, that person is so fierce," Lan Ling said nervously. "Yeah, what should we do?" Yang Ming smiled and whispered, "Then let's give it to him. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we eat in another place." Lan Ling was afraid that Yang Ming would be at a disadvantage. After all, that person was tall. Lan Ling hadn't seen Yang Ming's kung fu, so she was a little worried. If he bullies me, you will use voodoo on him and kill him." Yang Ming smiled. "That won't work. You can't simply use voodoo to harm people." Lan Ling's principle was very strong. She shook her head and rejected Yang Ming's proposal. "If that's the case, then we'll talk about it later." As Yang Ming said, he had already walked to the couple's booth and sat in the booth with Lan Ling. Yang Ming's disregard and his blatant provocation angered the burly man. The burly man suddenly felt that he had lost a lot of face. He was also a very famous person in Donghai City. He also did some shady business. He had money and people in his hands, but it wasn't very presentable. However, he He still had a lot of power in Donghai City. Now that he was humiliated by Yang Ming, how could he just let it go? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The burly man walked over to Yang Ming and reached out to grab Yang Ming's collar. Yang Ming frowned and casually reached out to block it. He said faintly, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to argue with you. Don't make trouble. Get out of here. Indeed, Yang Ming was in a good mood today. Lan Ling's return made Yang Ming swept away the sadness and loss when he sent Suyao away. But who would have thought that he would meet a psychopath here who was competing with him for a seat? Huh. The burly man thought that he had heard wrongly. Someone actually dared to talk to me like this? Does he want to die? In any case, he was a well-known figure in Donghai City's underworld. How could he be insulted by a young man who looked like a student? Therefore, the burly man was immediately angry, but he wasn't stupid. He carefully looked at Yang Ming. People who can be arrogant, other than fools, have something to rely on. Could it be that Yang Ming has something to rely on? However, the burly man looked left and right, but he couldn't see anything special about this Yang Ming. He couldn't help but ask, Kid, do you know who I am? I, Zhindazhou, am also a person of great importance in Donghai City. If you know what's good for you, you will get up now and apologize to me. Then, we will forget about this. Otherwise, do you believe that I won't let you walk out of this door? Chapter 1969. Oh, is that so? Yang Ming pretended to ponder and said, Can I give you the table without apologizing? This, oomph. Zhindazhou was proud. This bro was finally scared. But it was good that he was scared. So he said, Oomph, look at you. You're just scared of losing face in front of your girlfriend, right? If that's the case, then get out of here. Give me the table. You pretty boy. You're quite lucky to have found such a beautiful girl. With that said, Zhindazhou looked at Yang Ming and Lan Ling with envy. If it weren't for his wife standing by the side, Zhindazhou really wanted to flirt with Lan Ling. Zhindazhou was tall and strong, which was a pain in his heart. So when he saw someone more handsome than him, he felt it was unfair. Honey, don't be angry. Wait until I give birth to a son for you. We'll name him Zhaning Jun. He'll definitely be more handsome than this brat and get a lot of beauties. The woman beside Zhindazhou said, Okay, brat, get out of here. Give us the table, and we won't argue with you anymore. Zhindazhou was very proud. This way, not only did he humiliate Yang Ming, but he also gained face. As for whether Yang Ming apologized or not, it didn't matter. Oh, okay. After we finish eating, we'll give you the table. Yang Ming nodded and said, What? Zhindazhou's expression froze. Brat, are you fucking kidding me? I'm not kidding. I said I'll give you the table. Yang Ming said, You're fucking looking for death. In Donghai City, there are people who dare to talk to me like this, but it's definitely not you. Zhindazhou threw a punch at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming didn't seem to notice. Zhindazhou was overjoyed. This brat was still half a beat slower. Slow to react? He didn't even know how to dodge. He was very refreshed in his heart. This punch of his was probably going to hit Yang Ming's head directly. Zhindazhou could even imagine his fist smashing into Yang Ming's face and the miserable look on Yang Ming's face. However, in the next moment, Zhindazhou felt a sharp pain in his fist. He screamed, my hand, it hurts so much. Yang Ming, who was about to get hit, picked up a fork from the table and blocked in front of him. As a result, Zhindazhou's fist hit the fork, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Ling Ling, do you see how many idiots there are? Does he think that he has cultivated the Golden Bell canopy? Yang Ming looked at Zhindazhou as if he was looking at an idiot and said regretfully to Lan Ling. How could Lan Ling not see that Yang Ming was toying with Zhindazhou? Most likely, Yang Ming's strength had long surpassed Zhindazhou by far, far too much. Casually using a seemingly inconspicuous fork, he was able to turn Zhindazhou into such a miserable state. Yeah, he must be doing an experiment to see which is more powerful, fist or fork. Lan Ling nodded and smiled. Oh, Zhening Jun was about to explode in anger. He couldn't care less about the pain in his hand as he stood up and pounced at Yang Ming. He wanted to fight to the death with Yang Ming. Little bastard, you dare trick me? I'm going to kill you. Zhen Dazhou didn't realize that the Yang Ming in front of him had strength. He thought that Yang Ming had calculated to use the fork to block his fist by accident. However, he never thought about it. If Yang Ming didn't have an excellent reaction ability, how could he block his fist with the fork at the moment when his fist was about to hit? If there was even the slightest mistake, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Moreover, how strong was Zhen Dazhou's punch? If Yang Ming didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to hold the fork firmly and the consequences would be severe. Zhen Dazhou's punch would land on Yang Ming's face and the handle of the fork would stab into Yang Ming's face. Even if he didn't blind Yang Ming's eyes, he would make a big hole in Yang Ming's face. Therefore, if he didn't have a certain amount of confidence, who would dare to do that? However, Zhen Dazhou didn't have time to think about that. His only thought now was to beat up Yang Ming until he didn't look like a human anymore to vent his anger. Just as Zhen Dazhou pounced over, another pair of chopsticks appeared in Yang Ming's hand out of nowhere. In the end, tragedy happened again. Zhen Dazhou had a pair of chopsticks stuck in his shoulder like a mutant in a cartoon. Zhen Dazhou felt as if a shoulder blade had been pierced through. It was so painful that he almost cried. He didn't dare to move his hands. He didn't know where Yang Ming stuck the chopsticks, but it seemed like Zhen Dazhou's arms couldn't move. Once he moved, the tendons in his arms seemed to be dislocated. Ling Ling, look at this person. He used his hand to test which was harder than the fork, but he didn't give up. He used his body to test which was harder than the chopsticks. Yang Ming looked at Zhen Dazhou and said, "Don't you think he's a big idiot?" And kind of, Lan Ling nodded. "He's really a little stupid. Normal people wouldn't be this stupid." Zhen Dazhou heard Yang Ming and Lan Ling's words. His lungs were about to explode. No one dared to treat him like this before. However, he couldn't do anything now because no matter how stupid he was, he understood that Yang Ming's fork wasn't a coincidence. He came prepared. Otherwise, how could the chopsticks be explained? This wasn't something a normal person could do. If Yang Ming didn't have some kung fu, he wouldn't be able to do this. Thinking about this, Zhen Dazhou was terrified. No wonder this kid was so fearless. He was a kung fu master. Zhen Dazhou regretted going head-to-head with him. With his strength, he could just find a few underlings to beat Yang Ming until his mother couldn't recognize him. However, he had to go head-to-head with him. What a mistake. Thinking about this, Zhen Dazhou didn't stay any longer. He stared at Yang Ming and said, "Kid, it's a small world. Where are you from?" "Oh, you're asking me where I'm from, right?" Yang Ming looked at Zhen Dazhou, smiled, and asked, "Nonsense, where are you from?" Zhen Dazhou was eager to know Yang Ming's background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much. "Oh, I used to be from the underworld, but not anymore." Yang Ming shook his head. "Oh, then where are you from?" Zhen Dazhou frowned. He thought, could this kid have some connections? He wanted to kill Yang Ming as soon as possible. He was ready to leave the House of Six Tastes and find his underlings to kill Yang Ming. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.